Section 44 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 25. But in the interim, in connection with his relations with Roberta, no least reference to Sandra, although, even when near her in the factory or her room, he could not keep his thoughts from wandering away to where Sandra in her imaginary high social world might be. The while Roberta, at moments only sensing a drift and remoteness in his thought and attitude which had nothing to do with her, was wondering what it was that of late was beginning to occupy him so completely, and he in his turn, when she was not looking, was thinking, supposing, since she had troubled to recall herself to him, that he could interest a girl like Sandra in him. What then of Roberta? What? And in the face of this intimate relation that had now been established between them? Goodness, the deuce! And that he did care for her. Yes, he did. Although now, basking in the direct rays of this newer luminary, he could scarcely see Roberta any longer, so strong were the actinic rays of this other. Was he all wrong? Was it evil to be like this? His mother would say so, and his father too, and perhaps everybody who thought right about life. Sandra Finchley, maybe? The Griffiths? All. And yet, it was snowing the first light snow of the year as Clyde, arrayed in a new collapsible silk hat and white silk muffler, both suggested by a friendly haberdasher, or in short, with whom recently he had come in contact here, and a new silk umbrella wherewith to protect himself from the snow, made his way toward the very interesting, if not so very imposing residence of the Trumbolls on Waikiki Avenue. It was quaint, low, and rambling, and the lights beaming from within upon the many drawn blinds gave it a Christmas card effect. And before it, even at the prompt hour at which he arrived, were ranged a half-dozen handsome cars of various builds and colors. The sight of them, sprinkled on tops, running boards, and fenders, with the fresh, flaky snow, gave him a keen sense of a deficiency that was not likely soon to be remedied in his case, the want of ample means wherewith to equip himself with such a necessity as that. And inside, as he approached the door, he could hear voices, laughter, and conversation commingled. A tall, thin servant relieved him of his hat, coat, and umbrella, and he found himself face to face with Jill Trumbull, who apparently was on the lookout for him, a smooth, curly-haired blonde girl, not too thrillingly pretty, but brisk and smart, in white satin, with arms and shoulders bare and rhinestones banded around her forehead. "No trouble to tell who you are," she said gaily, approaching and giving Clyde her hand. "I'm Jill Trumbull. Miss Finchley hasn't come yet, but I can do the honors just as well, I guess. Come right in where the rest of us are." She led the way into a series of connecting rooms that seemed to join each other at right angles, adding as she went, "You do look an awful lot like Gil Griffiths, don't you?" "Do I?" smiled Clyde, simply and courageously, and very much flattered by the comparison. The ceilings were low. Pretty lamps behind painted shades hugged dark walls. Open fires in two connecting rooms cast a rosy glow upon cushioned and comfortable furniture. There were pictures, books, objects of art. "Here, Tracy, you do the announcing, will you?" she called. "My brother, Tracy Trumbull, Mr. Griffiths. Mr. Clyde Griffiths, everybody," she added, surveying the company in general, which in turn fixed varying eyes upon him, while Tracy Trumbull took him by the hand. Clyde, suffering from a sense of being studied, nevertheless achieved a warm smile. At the same time, he realized that, for the moment at least, conversation had stopped. "Don't all stop talking on my account," he ventured with a smile, which caused most of those present to conceive of him as at ease and resourceful. At the same time, Tracy added, "I'm not going to do any man-to-man introduction stuff. We'll stand right here and point 'em out. That's my sister, Gertrude, over there talking to Scott Nicholson." Clyde noted that a small, dark girl dressed in pink with a pretty and yet saucy and piquant face nodded to him. And beside her, a very de rigueur youth of fine physique and pink complexion nodded jerkily. "How'd you do?" And a few feet from them, near a deep window, stood a tall and yet graceful girl of dark and by no means ravishing features, talking to a broad-shouldered and deep-chested youth of less than her height, who were proclaimed to be Arabella Stark and Frank Harriet. "They're arguing over a recent Cornell-Syracuse football game. Bertrand Taylor and Miss Fant of Utica," he went on, almost too swiftly for Clyde to assemble any mental notes. "Pearlie Haynes and Miss Vanda Steele. Well, I guess that's all as yet. Oh no, here come Grant and Nina Temple." Clyde paused and gazed as a tall and somewhat dandified-looking youth, sharp of face and with murky gray eyes, steered a trim, young, plump girl in fawn gray, and with a light chestnut braid of hair laid carefully above her forehead, into the middle of the room. "Hello, Jill. Hello, Vanda. Hello, Wynette." In the midst of these greetings on his part, Clyde was presented to these two, neither of whom seemed to pay much attention to him. "Didn't think we'd make it," went on young Cranston, speaking to all at once. "Nina didn't want to come, but I promised Bertine and Jill, or I wouldn't have either. We were up at the Bagleys. Guess who's up there, Scott? Van Peterson and Rhoda Hull. They're just over for the day." "You don't say," called Scott Nicholson, a determined and self-centered-looking individual. Clyde was arrested by the very definite sense of social security and ease that seemed to reside in everybody. "Why didn't you bring 'em along? I'd like to see Rhoda again, and Van, too." "Couldn't. They have to go back early, they say. They may stop in later for a minute." "Gee, isn't dinner served yet? I expected to sit right down." "These lawyers, don't you know they don't eat often?" commented Frank Harriet, who was a short but broad-chested and smiling youth, very agreeable, very good-looking, and with even, white teeth. Clyde liked him. "Well, whether they do or not, we do, or out I go. Did you hear who's being touted for stroke next year over at Cornell?" This college chatter relating to Cornell, and shared by Harriet, Cranston, and others, Clyde could not understand. He had scarcely heard of the various colleges with which this group was all too familiar. At the same time, he was wise enough to sense the defect and steer clear of any questions or conversations which might relate to them. However, because of this, he at once fell out of it. These people were better informed than he was, had been to colleges. Perhaps he had better claim that he had been to some school. In Kansas City, he had heard of the State University of Kansas, not so very far from there, also the University of Missouri, and in Chicago of the University of Chicago. Could he say that he had been to one of those? That Kansas one for a little while, anyway? On the instant he proposed to claim it if asked, and then look up afterwards what, if anything, he was supposed to know about it. What if, for instance, he might have studied? He had heard of mathematics somewhere, why not that? But these people, as he could see, were too much interested in themselves to pay attention to him now. He might be a Griffiths and important to some outside, but here not so much, a matter of course, as it were. And because Tracy Trumbull for the moment had turned away to say something to Wynette Fant, he felt quite alone, beached and helpless, and with no one to talk to. But just then, the small dark girl, Gertrude, came over to him. "The crowd's a little late in getting together. It always is. If we said 8, they'd come at 8:30 or 9. Isn't that always the way?" "It certainly is," replied Clyde gratefully, endeavoring to appear as brisk and as much at ease as possible. "I'm Gertrude Trumbull," she repeated. "The sister of the good-looking Jill?" A cynical and yet amused smile played about her mouth and eyes. "You nodded to me, but you don't know me. Just the same, we've been hearing a lot about you." She teased in an attempt to trouble Clyde a little, if possible. "A mysterious Griffiths here in Lycurgus whom no one seems to have met. I saw you once in Central Avenue, though. You were going into Rich's candy store. You didn't know that, though. Do you like candy?" "Oh, yes, I like candy. Why?" asked Clyde on the instant, feeling teased and disturbed, since the girl for whom he was buying the candy was Roberta. At the same time, he could not help feeling slightly more at ease with this girl than with some others, for although cynical and not so attractive, her manner was genial, and she now spelled escape from isolation, and hence diffidence. "You're probably just saying that," she laughed, a bantering look in her eyes. "More likely you were buying it for some girl. You have a girl, haven't you?" "Why—" Clyde paused for the fraction of a second, because as she asked this, Roberta came to his mind, and the query, "Had anyone ever seen him with Roberta?" flitted through his brain, also thinking at the same time what a bold, teasing, intelligent girl this was, different from any that thus far he had known. Yet quite without pause, he added, "No, I haven't. What makes you ask that?" As he said this, there came to him the thought of what Roberta would think if she could hear him now. "But what a question!" he continued a little nervously now. "You like to tease, don't you?" "Who, me? Oh, no, I wouldn't do anything like that. But I'm sure you have just the same. I like to ask questions sometimes, just to see what people will say when they don't want you to know what they really think." She beamed into Clyde's eyes amusedly and defiantly. "But I know you have a girl all the same. All good-looking fellows have." "Oh, am I good-looking?" He beamed nervously, amused and yet pleased. "Who said so?" "As though you didn't know. Well, different people. I, for one. And Sandra Finchley thinks you're good-looking, too. She's only interested in men who are. So does my sister, Jill, for that matter. And she only likes men who are good-looking. I'm different because I'm not so good-looking myself." She blinked cynically and teasingly into his eyes, which caused him to feel oddly out of place, not able to cope with such a girl at all, at the same time very much flattered and amused. "But don't you think you're better looking than your cousin?" she went on sharply and even commandingly. "Some people think you are." Although a little staggered and yet flattered by this question, which propounded what he might have liked to believe, and although intrigued by this girl's interest in him, still Clyde would not have dreamed of venturing any such assertion even though he had believed it. Too vividly it brought the aggressive and determined, and even at times revengeful-looking features of Gilbert before him, who, stirred by such a report as this, would not hesitate to pay him out. "Why, I don't think anything of the kind," he laughed. "Honestly, I don't. Of course I don't." "Oh, well, then maybe you don't, but you are just the same. But that won't help you much either unless you have money. That is, if you want to run with people who have." She looked up at him and added quite blandly, "People like money even more than they do looks." What a sharp girl this was, he thought, and what a hard, cold statement. It cut him not a little, even though she had not intended that it should. But just then Sandra herself entered with some youth whom Clyde did not know, a tall, gangling, but very smartly dressed individual, and after them, along with others, Bertine and Stuart Finchley. "Here she is now," added Gertrude a little spitefully, for she resented the fact that Sandra was so much better looking than either she or her sister, and that she had expressed an interest in Clyde. "She'll be looking to see if you notice how pretty she looks, so don't disappoint her." The impact of this remark, a reflection of the exact truth, was not necessary to cause Clyde to gaze attentively and even eagerly, for apart from her local position in means and taste and dress and manners, Sandra was of the exact order and spirit that most intrigued him, a somewhat refined, and because of means and position showered upon her, less savage, although scarcely less self-centered, Hortense Briggs. She was, in her small, intense way, a seeking Aphrodite, eager to prove to any who were sufficiently attractive the destroying power of her charm, while at the same time retaining her own personality and individuality, free of any entangling alliance or compromise. However, for varying reasons which she could not quite explain to herself, Clyde appealed to her. He might not be anything socially or financially, but he was interesting to her. Hence she was now keen, first to see if he were present, next to be sure that he gained no hint that she had seen him first, and lastly to act as grandly as possible for his benefit, a Hortensian procedure and type of thought that was exactly the thing best calculated to impress him. He gazed, and there she was, tripping here and there in a filmy chiffon dance frock, shaded from palest yellow to deepest orange, which most enhanced her dark eyes and hair. And after having exchanged a dozen or more "oh, hellos," and references with one and another to this, that, and the other local event, she at last condescended to evince awareness of his proximity. "Oh, here you are. You decided to come after all. I wasn't sure whether you would think it worthwhile. You've been introduced to everybody, of course?" She looked around as much as to say that if he had not been, she would proceed to serve him in this way. The others, not so very impressed by Clyde, were still not a little interested by the fact that she seemed so interested in him. "Yes, I met nearly everybody, I think." "Except Freddie Sells. He came in with me just now. Here you are, Freddie," she called to a tall and slender youth, smooth of cheek and obviously becurled as to hair, who now came over and in his closely fitting dress coat looked down on Clyde about as a spring rooster might look down on a sparrow. "This is Clyde Griffiths I was telling you about, Fred," she began briskly. "Doesn't he look a lot like Gilbert?" "Why, you do at that!" exclaimed this amiable person, who seemed to be slightly troubled with weak eyes, since he bent close. "I hear you're a cousin of Gil's. I know him well. We went through Princeton together. I used to be over there before I joined the General Electric over at Schenectady, but I'm around a good bit yet. You're connected with the factory, I suppose?" "Yes, I am," said Clyde, who, before a youth of obviously so much more training and schooling than he possessed, felt now a little reduced. He began to fear that this individual would try to talk to him about things which he could not understand, things concerning which, having had no consecutive training of any kind, he had never been technically informed. "In charge of some department, I suppose?" "Yes, I am," said Clyde, cautiously and nervously. "You know," went on Mr. Sells, briskly and interestingly, being of a commercial as well as technical turn, "I've always wondered just what, outside of money, there is to the collar business. Gil and I used to argue about that when we were down at college. He used to try to tell me that there was some social importance to making and distributing collars, giving polish and manner to people who wouldn't otherwise have them if it weren't for cheap collars. I think he must have read that in a book somewhere. I always laughed at him." Clyde was about to attempt an answer, although already beyond his depth in regard to this. Social importance. Just what did he mean by that? Some deep scientific information that he had acquired at college? He was saved a non-committal or totally uninformed answer by Sandra, who, without thought or knowledge of the difficulty which was then and there before him, exclaimed, "Oh, no arguments, Freddie. That's not interesting. Besides, I want him to meet my brother and Bertine. You remember Miss Cranston. She was with me at your uncle's last spring." Clyde turned, while Fred made the best of the rebuff by merely looking at Sandra, whom he admired so very much. "Yes, of course," Clyde began, for he had been studying these two along with others. To him, apart from Sandra, Bertine seemed exceedingly attractive, though quite beyond his understanding also. Being involved, insincere, and sly, she merely evoked in him a troubled sense of ineffectiveness, and hence uncertainty, insofar as her particular world was concerned. No more. "Oh, how do you do? It's nice to meet you again," she drawled, and while her greenish-gray eyes went over him in a smiling and yet indifferent and quizzical way. She thought him attractive, but not nearly as shrewd and hard as she would have preferred him to be. "You've been terribly busy with your work, I suppose. But now that you've come out once, I suppose we'll see more of you here and there." "Well, I hope so," he replied, showing his even teeth. Her eyes seemed to be saying that she did not believe what she was saying, and that he did not either, but that it was necessary, possibly amusing, to say something of the sort. And a related, though somewhat modified, version of this same type of treatment was accorded him by Stuart, Sandra's brother. "Oh, how do you do? Glad to know you. My sister has just been telling me about you. Going to stay in Lycurgus long? Hope you do. We'll run into another once in a while then, I suppose." Clyde was by no means so sure, but he admired the easy, shallow way in which Stuart laughed and showed his even white teeth, a quick, genial, indifferent laugh. Also the way in which he turned and laid hold of Wynette Fant's white arm as she passed. "Wait a minute, Wyn, I want to ask you something." He was gone, into another room, bending close to her and talking fast, and Clyde had noticed that his clothes were perfectly cut. What a gay world, he thought. What a brisk world. And just then Jill Trumbull began calling, "Come on, people, it's not my fault. The cook's mad about something and you're all late anyhow. We'll get it over with and then dance, eh?" "You can sit between me and Miss Trumbull when she gets the rest of us seated," assured Sandra. "Won't that be nice? And now you may take me in." She slipped a white arm under Clyde's, and he felt as though he were slowly but surely being transported to paradise. End of Book 2, Chapter 25. Section 45 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 26. The dinner itself was chatter about a jumble of places, personalities, plans, most of which had nothing to do with anything that Clyde had personally contacted here. However, by reason of his own charm, he soon managed to overcome the sense of strangeness, and hence indifference in some quarters, more particularly the young women of the group who were interested by the fact that Sandra Finchley liked him. And Jill Trumbull, sitting beside him, wanted to know where he came from, what his own home life and connections were like, why he had decided to come to Lycurgus, questions which, interjected as they were between silly banter concerning different girls and their beaux, gave Clyde pause. He did not feel that he could admit the truth in connection with his family at all, so he announced that his father conducted a hotel in Denver, not so very large, but still a hotel. Also that he had come to Lycurgus because his uncle had suggested to him in Chicago that he come to learn the collar business. He was not sure that he was wholly interested in it, or that he would continue indefinitely unless it proved worthwhile. Rather, he was trying to find out what it might mean to his future, a remark which caused Sandra, who was also listening, as well as Jill, to whom it was addressed, to consider that in spite of all the rumors attributed to Gilbert, Clyde must possess some means and position to which, in case he did not do so well here, he could return. This in itself was important, not only to Sandra and Jill, but to all the others. For despite his looks and charm and family connections here, the thought that he was a mere nobody, seeking, as Constance Wynand had reported, to attach himself to his cousin's family, was disquieting. One couldn't ever be anything much more than friendly with a moneyless clerk or pensioner, whatever his family connections, whereas if he had a little money and some local station elsewhere, the situation was entirely different. And now Sandra, relieved by this, and the fact that he was proving more acceptable than she had imagined he would, was inclined to make more of him than otherwise she would have done. "Are you going to let me dance with you after dinner?" was one of the first things he said to her, infringing on a genial smile given him in the midst of clatter concerning an approaching dance somewhere. "Why, yes, of course, if you want me to," she replied coquettishly, seeking to intrigue him into further romanticisms in regard to her. "Just one?" "How many do you want? There are a dozen boys here, you know. Did you get a program when you came in?" "I didn't see any." "Never mind. After dinner you can get one, and you may put me down for 3 and 8. That will leave room for the others." She smiled bewitchingly. "You have to be nice to everybody, you know." "Yes, I know." He was still looking at her. "But ever since I saw you at my uncle's last April, I've been wishing I might see you again. I always look for your name in the papers." He looked at her seekingly and questioningly, and in spite of herself, Sandra was captivated by this naive confession. Plainly he could not afford to go where or do what she did, but still he would trouble to follow her name and movements in print. She could not resist the desire to make something more of this. "Oh, do you?" she added. "Isn't that nice? But what do you read about me?" "That you were at 12th and Greenwood Lakes and up at Sharon for the swimming contests. I saw where you went up to Paul Smith's, too. The papers seemed to think that you were interested in someone from Shroom Lake and that you might be going to marry him." "Oh, did they? How silly. The papers here always say such silly things." Her tone implied that he might be intruding. He looked embarrassed. This softened her, and after a moment she took up the conversation in the former vein. "Do you like to ride?" she asked sweetly and placatively. "I never had. You know, I never had much chance at that, but I always thought I could if I tried." "Of course, it's not hard. If you took a lesson or two, you could. And," she added in a somewhat lower tone, "we might go for a canter sometime. There are lots of horses in our stable that you would like, I'm sure." Clyde's hair roots tingled anticipatorily. He was actually being invited by Sandra to ride with her sometime, and he could use one of her horses into the bargain. "Oh, I would love that," he said. "That would be wonderful." The crowd was getting up from the table. Scarcely anyone was interested in the dinner, because a chamber orchestra of 4 having arrived, the strains of a preliminary foxtrot were already issuing from the adjacent living room, a long, wide affair from which all obstructing furniture, with the exception of wall chairs, had been removed. "You had better see about your program and your dance before all the others are gone," cautioned Sandra. "Yes, I will right away," said Clyde. "But is 2 all I get with you?" "Well, make it 3, 5, and 8 then, in the first half." She waved him gaily away, and he hurried for a dance card. The dances were all of the eager fox-trotting type of the period, with interpolations and variations, according to the moods and temperaments of the individual dancers. Having danced so much with Roberta during the preceding month, Clyde was in excellent form, and keyed to the breaking point by the thought that at last he was in social and even affectional contact with a girl as wonderful as Sandra. And although wishing to seem courteous and interested in others with whom he was dancing, he was almost dizzied by passing contemplations of Sandra. She swayed so droopily and dreamily in the embrace of Grant Cranston, the while without seeming to, looking in his direction when he was near, permitting him to sense how graceful and romantic and poetic was her attitude toward all things. What a flower of life she really was. And Nina Temple, with whom he was now dancing for his benefit, just then observed, "She is graceful, isn't she?" "Who?" asked Clyde, pretending an innocence he could not physically verify, for his cheek and forehead flushed. "I don't know who you mean." "Don't you? Then what are you blushing for?" He had realized that he was blushing, and that his attempted escape was ridiculous. He turned, but just then the music stopped, and the dancers drifted away to their chairs. Sandra moved off with Grant Cranston, and Clyde led Nina toward a cushioned seat in a window in the library. And in connection with Bertine, with whom he next danced, he found himself slightly flustered by the cool, cynical aloofness with which she accepted and entertained his attention. Her chief interest in Clyde was the fact that Sandra appeared to find him interesting. "You do dance well, don't you? I suppose you must have done a lot of dancing before you came here. In Chicago, wasn't it? Or where?" She talked slowly and indifferently. "I was in Chicago before I came here, but I didn't do so very much dancing. I had to work." He was thinking how such girls as she had everything, as contrasted with girls like Roberta, who had nothing. And yet, as he now felt in this instance, he liked Roberta better. She was sweeter and warmer and kinder, not so cold. When the music started again with the sonorous melancholy of a single saxophone interjected at times, Sandra came over to him and placed her right hand in his left and allowed him to put his arm about her waist, an easy, genial, and unembarrassed approach, which, in the midst of Clyde's dream of her, was thrilling. And then in her coquettish and artful way she smiled up in his eyes, a bland, deceptive, and yet seemingly promising smile, which caused his heart to beat faster and his throat to tighten. Some delicate perfume that she was using thrilled in his nostrils, as might have the fragrance of spring. "Having a good time?" "Yes, looking at you." "When there are so many other nice girls to look at?" "Oh, there are no other girls as nice as you." "And I dance better than any other girl, and I'm much the best looking of any other girl here. Now, I've said it all for you. Now what are you going to say?" She looked up at him teasingly, and Clyde, realizing that he had a very different type to Roberta to deal with, was puzzled and flushed. "I see," he said seriously. "Every fellow tells you that, so you don't want me to." "Oh, no, not every fellow." Sandra was at once intrigued and checkmated by the simplicity of this retort. "There are lots of people who don't think I'm very pretty." "Oh, don't they, though?" he returned quite gaily, for at once he saw that she was not making fun of him. And yet he was almost afraid to venture another compliment. Instead, he cast about for something else to say, and going back to the conversation at the table concerning riding and tennis, he now asked, "You like everything out of doors and athletic, don't you?" "Oh, do I?" was her quick and enthusiastic response. "There isn't anything I like as much, really. I'm just crazy about riding, tennis, swimming, motorboating, aquaplaning. You swim, don't you?" "Oh, sure," said Clyde grandly. "Do you play tennis?" "Well, I've just taken it up," he said, fearing to admit that he did not play at all. "Oh, I just love tennis. We might play sometime together." Clyde's spirits were completely restored by this, and tripping as lightly as dawn to the mournful strains of a popular love song, she went right on. "Bella Griffiths and Stewart and Grant and I play fine doubles. We won nearly all the finals at Greenwood and 12th Lake last summer. And when it comes to aquaplaning and high diving, you just ought to see me. We have the swiftest motorboat up at 12th Lake now. Stewart has. It can do 60 miles an hour. At once, Clyde realized that he had hit upon the one subject that not only fascinated but even excited her, for not only did it involve outdoor exercise, in which obviously she reveled, but also the power to triumph and so achieve laurels in such phases of sport as most interested those with whom she was socially connected. And lastly, although this was something which she did not so clearly realize until later, she was fairly dizzied by the opportunity all this provided for frequent changes of costume, and hence social show, which was the one thing above all others that did interest her. How she looked in a bathing suit, a riding or tennis or dancing or automobile costume. They danced on together, thrilled for the moment at least by this mutual recognition of the identity and reality of this interest each felt for the other, a certain momentary warmth or enthusiasm which took the form of genial and seeking glances into each other's eyes, hints on the part of Sandra that, assuming that Clyde could fit himself athletically, financially, and in other ways for such a world as this, it might be possible that he would be invited here and there by her. Broad and for the moment self-deluding notions on his part that such could and would be the case, while in reality, just below the surface of his outward or seeming conviction and assurance, ran a deeper current of self-distrust, which showed as a decidedly eager and yet slightly mournful light in his eye, a certain vigor and assurance in his voice, which was nevertheless touched, had she been able to define it, with something that was not assurance by any means. "Oh, the dance is done," he said sadly. "Let's try to make them encore," she said, applauding. The orchestra struck up a lively tune, and they glided off together once more, dipping and swaying here and there, harmoniously abandoning themselves to the rhythm of the music, like two small chips being tossed about on a rough but friendly sea. "Oh, I'm so glad to be with you again, to be dancing with you. It's wonderful, Sandra. But you mustn't call me that, you know. You don't know me well enough. I mean, Miss Finchley. But you're not going to be mad at me again, are you?" His face was very pale and sad again. She noticed it. "No, was I mad at you? I wasn't, really. I like you, some, when you're not sentimental." The music stopped. The light tripping feet became walking ones. "I'd like to see if it's still snowing outside, wouldn't you?" It was Sandra asking. "Oh, yes, let's go." Through the moving couples they hurried out a side door to a world that was covered thick with soft, cottony, silent snow. The air was filled with it silently eddying down. End of Book 2, Chapter 26. Section 46 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 27. The ensuing December days brought to Clyde some pleasing and yet complicating and disturbing developments. For Sandra Finchley, having found him so agreeable an admirer of hers, was from the first inclined neither to forget nor neglect him. But, occupying the rather prominent social position which she did, she was at first rather dubious as to how to proceed, for Clyde was too poor, and decidedly too much ignored by the Griffiths themselves, even, for her to risk any marked manifestation of interest in him. And now, in addition to the primary motivating reason for all this, her desire to irritate Gilbert by being friends with his cousin, there was another. She liked him. His charm and his reverence for her and her station flattered and intrigued her, for hers was a temperament which required adulation in about the measure which Clyde provided it, sincere and romantic adulation, and at the very same time he represented physical as well as mental attributes which were agreeable to her, amorousness without courage at the time, anyhow, to annoy her too much, reverence which yet included her as a very human being, a mental and physical animation which quite matched and accompanied her own. Hence it was decidedly a troublesome thought with Sandra how she was to proceed with Clyde without attracting too much attention and unfavorable comment to herself, a thought which kept her sly little brain going at nights after she had retired. However, those who had met him at the Trumbolls were so much impressed by her interest in him that evening, and the fact that he had proved so pleasing and affable, they in turn, the girls particularly, were satisfied that he was eligible enough. And in consequence, 2 weeks later, Clyde, searching for inexpensive Christmas presents in Stark's for his mother, father, sisters, brother, and Roberta, and encountering Jill Trumbull doing a little belated shopping herself, was invited by her to attend a pre-Christmas dance that was to be given the next night by Vanda Steele at her home in Gloversville. Jill herself was going with Frank Harriet, and she was not sure but that Sandra Finchley would be there. Another engagement of some kind appeared to be in the way, but still she was intending to come if she could. But her sister Gertrude would be glad to have him escort her, a very polite way of arranging for Gertrude. Besides, as she knew, if Sandra heard that Clyde was to be there, this might induce her to desert her other engagement. "Tracy will be glad to stop for you in time," she went on. "Or," she hesitated, "perhaps you'd like to come over for dinner with us before we go. It'll be just the family, but we'd be delighted to have you. The dancing doesn't begin till 11. The dance was for Friday night, and on that night Clyde had arranged to be with Roberta, because on the following day she was leaving for a 3-day Christmas holiday visit to her parents, the longest stretch of time thus far she had spent away from him, and because, apart from his knowledge, she had arranged to present him with a new fountain pen and ever-sharp pencil. She had been most anxious that he should spend this last evening with her, a fact which she had impressed upon him, and he, on his part, had intended to make use of this last evening to surprise her with a white and black toilet set. But now, so thrilled was he at the possibility of a re-encounter with Sandra, he decided that he would cancel this last evening engagement with Roberta, although not without some misgivings as to the difficulty as well as the decency of it. For despite the fact that he was now so lured by Sandra, nevertheless he was still deeply interested in Roberta, and he did not like to grieve her in this way. She would look so disappointed, as he knew. Yet at the same time, so flattered and enthused was he by this sudden, if tardy, social development, that he could not now think of refusing Jill. What? Neglect to visit the Steeles in Gloversville, and in company with the Trumbulls, and without any help from the Griffiths either? It might be disloyal, cruel, treacherous to Roberta, but was he not likely to meet Sandra? In consequence, he announced that he would go, but immediately afterwards decided he must go round and explain to Roberta, make some suitable excuse, that the Griffiths, for instance, had invited him for dinner. That would be sufficiently overawing and compelling to her. But upon arriving and finding her out, he decided to explain the following morning at the factory, by note if necessary. To make up for it, he decided he might promise to accompany her as far as Fonda on Saturday and give her her present then. But on Friday morning at the factory, instead of explaining to her with the seriousness and even emotional dissatisfaction which would have governed him before, he now whispered, "I have to break that engagement tonight, honey. Been invited to my uncle's, and I have to go. And I'm not sure that I can get around afterwards. I'll try if I get enough time, but I'll see you on the Fonda car tomorrow if I don't. I've got something I want to give you, so don't feel too bad. Just got word this morning or I'd have let you know. You're not going to feel bad, are you?" He looked at her as gloomily as possible in order to express his own sorrow over this. But Roberta, her presence and her happy last evening with him put aside in this casual way, and for the first time, too, in this fashion, shook her head negatively, as if to say, "Oh, no." But her spirits were heavily depressed, and she fell to wondering what this sudden desertion of her at this time might portend. For, up to this time, Clyde had been attentiveness itself, concealing his recent contact with Sandra behind a veil of pretended, unmodified affection, which had, as yet, been sufficient to deceive her. It might be true, as he had said, that an unescapable invitation had come up, which necessitated all this. But oh, the happy evening she had planned, and now they would not be together again for 3 whole days. She grieved dubiously at the factory and in her room afterwards, thinking that Clyde might at least have suggested coming around to her room late, after his uncle's dinner, in order that she might give him the presents. But his eventual excuse made this day was that the dinner was going to last too late. He could not be sure. They had talked of going somewhere else afterwards. But meanwhile, Clyde, having gone to the Trumbolls and later to the Steeles, was flattered and reassured by a series of developments such as a month before he would not have dreamed of anticipating. For at the Steeles, he was promptly introduced to a score of personalities there, who, finding him chaperoned by the Trumbolls and learning that he was a Griffiths, as promptly invited him to affairs of their own, or hinted at events that were to come to which he might be invited, so that at the close he found himself with cordial invitations to attend a New Year's dance at the Vandams in Gloversville, as well as a dinner and dance that was to be given Christmas Eve by the Harriets in Lycurgus, an affair to which Gilbert and his sister Bella, as well as Sandra, Bertine, and others were invited. And lastly, there was Sandra herself appearing on the scene at about midnight in company with Scott Nicholson, Freddie Sells, and Bertine, at first pretending to be wholly unaware of his presence, yet deigning at last to greet him with an, "Oh, hello, I didn't expect to find you here." She was draped most alluringly in a deep red Spanish shawl. But Clyde could sense from the first that she was quite aware of his presence, and at the first available opportunity he drew near to her and asked yearningly, "Aren't you going to dance with me at all?" "Why, of course, if you want me to. I thought maybe you would have forgotten me by now," she said mockingly. "As though I'd be likely to forget you. The only reason I'm here tonight is because I thought I might see you again. I haven't thought of anyone or anything since I saw you last." Indeed, so infatuated was he with her ways and airs that instead of being irritated by her pretended indifference, he was all the more attracted, and he now achieved an intensity which to her was quite compelling. His eyelids narrowed and his eyes lit with a blazing desire which was quite disturbing to see. "My, but you can say the nicest things in the nicest way when you want to." She was toying with a large Spanish comb in her hair for the moment and smiling. "And you say them just as though you meant them." "Do you mean to say that you don't believe me, Sandra?" he inquired almost feverishly, the second use of her name thrilling her now as much as it did him. Although inclined to frown on so marked a presumption in his case, she let it pass because it was pleasing to her. "Oh, yes, I do, of course," she said a little dubiously, and for the first time nervously where he was concerned. She was beginning to find it a little hard to decipher her proper line of conduct in connection with him, whether to repress him more or less. "But you must say now what dance you want. I see someone coming for me." And she held her small program up to him archly and intriguingly. "You may have the 11th. That's next after this." "Is that all?" "Well, and the 14th then, greedy." She laughed into Clyde's eyes, a laughing look which quite enslaved him. Subsequently learning from Frank Harriet in the course of a dance that Clyde had been invited to his house for Christmas Eve, as well as that Jessica Fant had invited him to Utica for New Year's Eve, she at once conceived of him as slated for real success, and decided that he was likely to prove less of a social burden than she had feared. He was charming, there was no doubt of it, and he was so devoted to her. In consequence, as she now decided, it might be entirely possible that some of these other girls, seeing him recognized by some of the best people here and elsewhere, would become sufficiently interested, or drawn to him even, to wish to overcome his devotion to her. Being of a vain and presumptuous disposition herself, she decided that that should not be. Hence, in the course of her second dance with Clyde, she said, "You've been invited to the Harriets for Christmas Eve, haven't you?" "Yes, and I owe it all to you, too," he exclaimed warmly. "Are you going to be there?" "Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I am invited, and I wish now that I was going, but, you know, I arranged some time ago to go over to Albany and then up to Saratoga for the holidays. I'm going tomorrow, but I'll be back before New Year's. Some friends of Freddie's are giving a big affair over in Schenectady New Year's Eve, though, and your cousin Della and my brothers Stuart and Grant and Bertine are going. If you'd like to, you might go along with us over there." She had been about to say me, but had changed it to us. She was thinking that this would certainly demonstrate her control over him to all those others, seeing that it nullified Miss Vant's invitation. And at once Clyde accepted, and with delight, since it would bring him in contact with her again. At the same time, he was astonished and almost aghast over the fact that in this casual and yet very intimate and definite way she was planning for him to re-encounter Bella, who would at once carry the news of his going with her and these others to her family. And what would not that spell, seeing that even as yet the Griffiths had not invited him anywhere, not even for Christmas? For although the fact of Clyde having been picked up by Sandra in her car as well as later, that he had been invited to the Now and Then, had come to their ears, still nothing had been done. Gilbert Griffiths was wroth, his father and mother puzzled as to their proper course, but remaining inactive nonetheless. But the group, according to Sandra, might remain in Schenectady until the following morning, a fact which she did not trouble to explain to Clyde at first. And by now he had forgotten that Roberta, having returned from her long stay at Bild's by then, and having been deserted by him over Christmas, would most assuredly be expecting him to spend New Year's Eve with her. That was a complication which was to dawn later. Now he only saw bliss in Sandra's thought of him, and at once eagerly and enthusiastically agreed. "But, you know," she said cautiously, "you mustn't pay so very much attention to me over there, or here, or anywhere, or think anything of it, if I don't to you. I may not be able to see so very much of you if I do. I'll tell you about that sometime. You see, my father and mother are funny people, and so are some of my friends here. But if you'll just be nice and sort of indifferent, you know, I may be able to see quite a little of you this winter yet. Do you see?" Thrilled beyond words by this confession, which came because of his too ardent approaches, as he well knew, he looked at her eagerly and searchingly. "But you care for me a little, then, don't you?" he half demanded, half pleaded, his eyes alit with that alluring light which so fascinated her. And cautious and yet attracted, swayed sensually and emotionally, and yet dubious as to the wisdom of her course, Sandra replied, "Well, I'll tell you. I do and I don't. That is, I can't tell yet. I like you a lot. Sometimes I think I like you more than others. You see, we don't know each other very well yet. But you'll come with me to Schenectady, though, won't you?" "Oh, will I?" "I'll write you more about that or call you up. You have a telephone, haven't you?" He gave her the number. "And if by any chance there's any change or I have to break the engagement, don't think anything of it. I'll see you later. Somewhere, sure." She smiled, and Clyde felt as though he were choking. The mere thought of her being so frank with him, and saying that she cared for him a lot, at times, was sufficient to cause him to almost reel with joy. To think that this beautiful girl was so anxious to include him in her life, if she could. This wonderful girl who was surrounded by so many friends and admirers, from which she could take her pick. End of Book 2, Chapter 27. Section 47 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 28. 6:30 the following morning, and Clyde, after but a single hour's rest after his return from Gloversville, rising, his mind full of mixed and troubled thoughts as to how to readjust his affairs in connection with Roberta. She was going to Bilt's today. He had promised to go as far as Fonda, but now he did not want to go. Of course he would have to concoct some excuse. But what? Fortunately, the day before, he had heard Wiggum tell Liggett there was to be a meeting of department heads after closing hours in Smiley's office today, and that he was to be there. Nothing was said to Clyde, since his department was included in Liggett's, but now he decided that he could offer this as a reason, and accordingly, about an hour before noon, he dropped a note on her desk, which read, "Honey, awfully sorry, but just told that I have to be at a meeting of department heads downstairs at 3. That means I can't go to Fonda with you, but we'll drop around to the room for a few minutes right after closing. Have something I want to give you, so be sure and wait. But don't feel too bad. It can't be helped. See you sure when you come back Wednesday. Clyde." At first, since she could not read it at once, Roberta was pleased because she imagined it contained some further favorable word about the afternoon. But on opening it in the ladies' restroom a few minutes afterwards, her face fell. Coupled as this was with the disappointment of the preceding evening, when Clyde had failed to appear, together with his manner of the morning, which to her had seemed self-absorbed, if not exactly distant, she began to wonder what it was that was bringing about this sudden change. Perhaps he could not avoid attending a meeting any more than he could avoid going to his uncle's when he was asked. But the day before, following his word to her that he could not be with her that evening, His manner was gayer, less sober than his supposed affection in the face of her departure would warrant. After all, he had known before that she was to be gone for 3 days. He also knew that nothing weighed on her more than being absent from him any length of time. At once her mood from one of hopefulness changed to one of deep depression, the blues. Life was always doing things like this to her. Here it was, 2 days before Christmas, and now she would have to go to Bill's, where there was nothing much but such cheer as she could bring, and all by herself, after scarcely a moment with him. She returned to her bench, her face showing all the unhappiness that had suddenly overtaken her. Her manner was listless and her movements indifferent, a change which Clyde noticed. But still, because of his sudden and desperate feeling for Sandra, he could not now bring himself to repent. At 1, the giant whistles of some of the neighboring factories sounding the Saturday closing hours, both he and Roberta betook themselves separately to her room, and he was thinking to himself as he went what to say now, what to do, how in the face of this suddenly frosted and blanched affection to pretend an interest he did not feel, how, indeed, continue with a relationship which now, as alive and vigorous as it might have been as little as 15 days before, appeared exceedingly anemic and colorless. It would not do to say or indicate in any way that he did not care for her any more, for that would be so decidedly cruel, and might cause Roberta to say what? Do what? And on the other hand, neither would it do in the face of his longings and prospects in the direction of Sandra to continue in a type of approach and declaration that was not true, or sound and that could only tend to maintain things as they were. Impossible. Besides, at the first hint of reciprocal love on the part of Sandra, would he not be anxious and determined to desert Roberta if he could? And why not? As contrasted with one of Sandra's position and beauty, what had Roberta really to offer him? And would it be fair in one of her station, in considering the connections and the possibilities that Sandra offered, for her to demand or assume that he should continue a deep and undivided interest in her, as opposed to this other? That wouldn't really be fair, would it? It was thus that he continued to speculate, while Roberta, preceding him to her room, was asking herself what was this now that had so suddenly come upon her, over Clyde, this sudden indifference, this willingness to break a pre-Christmas date, and when she was about to leave for home and not to see him for 3 days, and over Christmas too, to make him not wish to ride with her even so far as Fonda. He might say that it was that meeting. But was it? She could have waited until 4 if necessary, but something in his manner had precluded that, something distant and evasive. Oh, what did this all mean? And so soon after the establishing of this intimacy, which at first and up to now at least had seemed to be drawing them indivisibly together. Did it spell a change? Danger too, or the end even, of their wonderful love dream? Oh dear! And she had given him so much, and now his loyalty meant everything. Her future. Her life. She stood in her room pondering this new problem as Clyde arrived, his Christmas package under his arm, but still fixed in his determination to modify his present relationship with Roberta, if he could, yet at the same time anxious to put as inconsequential a face on the proceeding as possible. "Gee, I'm awfully sorry about this, Bert," he began briskly, his manner a mixture of attempted gaiety, sympathy, and uncertainty. "I hadn't an idea until about a couple of hours ago that they were going to have this meeting, but you know how it is. You just can't get out of a thing like this. You're not going to feel too bad, are you?" For already, from her expression at the factory, as well as here, he had gathered that her mood was of the darkest. "I'm glad I got the chance to bring this around to you, though," he added, handing the gift to her. "I meant to bring it around last night, only that other business came up. Gee, I'm sorry about the whole thing. Really, I am." Delighted as she might have been the night before if this gift had been given to her, Roberta now put the box on the table, all the zest that might have been joined with it completely banished. "Did you have a good time last night, dear?" she queried, curious as to the outcome of the event that had robbed her of him. "Oh, pretty good," returned Clyde, anxious to put as deceptive a face as possible on the night that had meant so much to him and spelled so much danger to her. "I thought I was just going over to my uncle's for dinner like I told you, but after I got there, I found that what they really wanted me for was to escort Bella and Myra over to some doings in Gloversville. There's a rich family over there, the Steeles, big glove people, you know. Well, anyhow, they were giving a dance, and they wanted me to take them over because Gil couldn't go. But it wasn't so very interesting. I was glad when it was all over." He used the names Bella, Myra, and Gilbert as though they were long and assured intimates of his, an intimacy which invariably impressed Roberta greatly. "You didn't get through in time then to come around here, did you?" No, I didn't, 'cause I had to wait for the bunch to come back. I just couldn't get away. But aren't you going to open your present? He added, anxious to divert her thoughts from this desertion which he knew was preying on her mind. She began to untie the ribbon that bound his gift, at the same time that her mind was riveted by the possibilities of the party which she had felt called upon to mention. What girls besides Bella and Myra had been there? Was there by any chance any girl outside of herself in whom he might have become recently interested? He was always talking about Sandra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, and Jill Trumbull. Were they by any chance at this party? Who all were over there besides your cousins? She suddenly asked. Oh, a lot of people that you don't know, 20 or 30 from different places around here. Any others from Lycurgus beside your cousins? She persisted. Oh, a few. We picked up Jill Trumbull and her sister because Bella wanted to. Arabella Stark and Pearlie Haynes were already over there when we got there. He made no mention of Sandra or any of the others who so interested him. But because of the manner in saying it, something in the tone of his voice and flick of his eyes, the answer did not satisfy Roberta. She was really intensely troubled by this new development, but did not feel that under the circumstances it was wise to importune Clyde too much. He might resent it. After all, he had always been identified with this world, since ever she had known him, and she did not want him to feel that she was attempting to assert any claims over him, though such was her true desire. I wanted so much to be with you last night to give you your present, she returned instead, as much to divert her own thoughts as to appeal to his regard for her. Clyde sensed the sorrow in her voice, and as of old it appealed to him. Only now he could not and would not let it take hold of him, as much as otherwise it might have. But you know how that was, Bert, he replied with almost an air of bravado. I just told you. I know, she replied sadly, and attempting to conceal the true mood that was dominating her. At the same time she was removing the paper and opening the lid to the case that contained her toilet set. And once opened, her mood changed slightly, because never before had she possessed anything so valuable or original. Oh, this is beautiful, isn't it? She exclaimed, interested for the moment in spite of herself. I didn't expect anything like this. My 2 little presents won't seem like very much now. She crossed over at once to get her gifts. Yet Clyde could see that although his gift was exceptional, still it was not sufficient to overcome the depression which his indifference had brought upon her. His continued love was far more vital than any present. You like it, do you? He asked, eagerly hoping against hope that it would serve to divert her. Of course, dear, she replied, looking at it interestedly. But mine won't seem so much, she added gloomily, and now a little depressed by the general outcome of all her plans. But they'll be useful to you, and you'll always have them near you, next to your heart, where I want them to be. She handed over the small box which contained the metal ever-sharp pencil and the silver-ornamented fountain pen she had chosen for him, because she fancied they would be useful to have in his work at the factory. 2 weeks before, he would have taken her in his arms and sought to console her for the misery he was now causing her. But now he merely stood there, wondering how, without seeming too distant, he could assuage her and yet not enter upon the customary demonstrations. And in order so to do, he burst into enthusiastic and yet somehow hollow words in regard to her present to him. Oh, gee, these are swell, honey, and just what I need. You certainly couldn't have given me anything that would come in handier. I can use them all the time. He appeared to examine them with the utmost pleasure, and afterwards fastened them in his pocket ready for use. Also, because for the moment she was before him so downcast and wistful, epitomizing really all the lore of the old relationship, he put his arms around her and kissed her. She was winsome, no doubt of it. And then when she threw her arms around his neck and burst into tears, he held her close, saying that there was no cause for all this, and that she would be back Wednesday, and all would be as before. At the same time, he was thinking that this was not true, and how strange that was, seeing that only so recently he had cared for her so much. It was amazing how another girl could divert him in this way, and yet so it was. And although she might be thinking that he was still caring for her as he did before, he was not, and never would again. And because of this he felt really sorry for her. Something of this latest mood in him reached Roberta now, even as she listened to his words and felt his caresses. They failed to convey sincerity. His manner was too restless, his embraces too apathetic, his tone without real tenderness. Further proof as to this was added when, after a moment or two, he sought to disengage himself and looked at his watch, saying, I guess I'll have to be going now, honey. It's 3:20 now, and that meeting is for 3. I wish I could ride over with you, but I'll see you when I get back. He bent down to kiss her, but with Roberta sensing once and for all this time that his mood in regard to her was different, colder. He was interested and kind, but his thoughts were elsewhere, and at this particular season of the year, too, of all times. She tried to gather her strength and her self-respect together, and did in part, saying rather coolly and determinedly toward the last, "Well, I don't want you to be late, Clyde. You better hurry. But I don't want to stay over there either later than Christmas night. Do you suppose if I come back by early Christmas afternoon, you will come over here at all? I don't want to be late Wednesday for work." "Why, sure, of course, honey, I'll be around," replied Clyde genially and even wholeheartedly, seeing that he had nothing else scheduled that he knew of for then, and would not so soon and boldly seek to evade her in this fashion. "What time do you expect to get in?" The hour was to be 8, and he decided that for that occasion, anyhow, a reunion would be acceptable. He drew out his watch again, and saying, "I'll have to be going now, though," moved toward the door. Nervous as to the significance of all this, and concerned about the future, she now went over to him, and seizing his coat lapels, and looking into his eyes, half pleaded and half demanded, "Now, this is sure for Christmas night, is it, Clyde? You won't make any other engagement this time, will you?" "Oh, don't worry, you know me. You know I couldn't help that other, honey, but I'll be on hand Tuesday, sure," he returned, and kissing her, he hurried out, feeling, perhaps, that he was not acting as wisely as he should, but not seeing clearly how otherwise he was to do. A man couldn't break off with a girl as he was trying to do, or at least might want to, without exercising some little tact or diplomacy, could he? There was no sense in that nor any real skill, was there? There must be some other and better way than that, surely. At the same time, his thoughts were already running forward to Sandra and New Year's Eve. He was going with her to Schenectady to a party, and then he would have a chance to judge whether she was caring for him as much as she had seemed to the night before. After he had gone, Roberta turned in a rather lorn and weary way and looked out the window after him, wondering as to what her future with him was to be, if at all. Supposing now, for any reason, he should cease caring for her. She had given him so much, and her future was now dependent upon him, his continued regard. Was he going to get tired of her now? Not want to see her any more? Oh, how terrible that would be. What could she do then? If only she had not given herself to him, yielded so easily and soon upon his demand. She gazed out of her window at the bare, snow-powdered branches of the trees outside and sighed. The holidays, and going away like this. Oh! Besides, he was so high-placed in this local society, and there were so many things brighter and better than she could offer calling him. She shook her head dubiously, surveyed her face in the mirror, put together the few presents and belongings which she was taking with her to her home, and departed. End of Book 2, Chapter 28. Section 48 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 29. Built in the fungoid farmland after Clyde and Lycurgus was depressing enough to Roberta, for all there was too closely identified with deprivations and repressions which discolor the normal emotions centering about old scenes. As she stepped down from the train at the drab and aged chalet which did service for a station, she observed her father, in the same old winter overcoat he had worn for a dozen years, waiting for her with the old family conveyance, a decrepit but still whole buggy and horse as bony and weary as himself. He had, as she had always thought, the look of a tired and defeated man. His face brightened when he saw Roberta, for she had always been his favorite child, and he chatted quite cheerfully as she climbed in alongside of him, and they turned around and started toward the road that led to the farmhouse, a rough and winding affair of dirt, at a time when excellent automobile roads were a commonplace elsewhere. As they rode along, Roberta found herself checking off mentally every tree, curve, landmark with which she had been familiar, but with no happy thoughts. It was all too drab. The farm itself, coupled with chronic illness and the inefficiency of Titus and the inability of the youngest boy Tom or her mother to help much, was as big of a burden as ever. A mortgage of $2,000 that had been placed on it years before had never been paid off. The north chimney was still impaired, the steps were sagging even more than ever, and the walls and fences and outlying buildings were no different, save to be made picturesque now by the snows of winter covering them. Even the furniture remained in the same jumble that it had always been. And there were her mother and younger sister and brother, who knew nothing of her true relationship to Clyde, a mere name, his here, and assuming that she was wholeheartedly delighted to be back with them once more. Yet because of what she knew of her own life and Clyde's uncertain attitude toward her, She was now, if anything, more depressed than before. Indeed, the fact that despite her seeming recent success, she had really compromised herself in such a way that unless through marriage with Clyde she was able to readjust herself to the moral level which her parents understood and approved, she, instead of being the emissary of a slowly and modestly improving social condition for all, might be looked upon as one who had reduced it to a lower level still, its destroyer, was sufficient to depress and reduce her even more. A very depressing and searing thought. Worse and more painful still was the thought in connection with all this that, by reason of the illusions which from the first had dominated her in connection with Clyde, she had not been able to make a confidant of her mother or anyone else in regard to him, for she was dubious as to whether her mother would not consider that her aspirations were a bit high, and she might ask questions in regard to him and herself which might prove embarrassing. At the same time, unless she had some confidant in whom she could truly trust, all her troublesome doubts in regard to herself and Clyde must remain a secret. After talking for a few moments with Tom and Emily, she went into the kitchen where her mother was busy with various Christmas preparations. Her thought was to pave the way with some observations of her own in regard to the farm here and her life at Lycurgus, but as she entered, her mother looked up to say, "How does it feel, Bob, to come back to the country? I suppose it all looks rather poor compared to Lycurgus," she added a little wistfully. Roberta could tell from the tone of her mother's voice and the rather admiring look she cast upon her that she was thinking of her as one who had vastly improved her state. At once she went over to her, and putting her arms about her affectionately, exclaimed, "Oh, Mamma, wherever you are is just the nicest place. Don't you know that?" For answer, her mother merely looked at her with affectionate and well-wishing eyes and patted her on the back. "Well, Bobby," she added quietly, "you know how you are about me." Something in her mother's voice which epitomized the long years of affectionate understanding between them, an understanding based not only on a mutual desire for each other's happiness, but a complete frankness in regard to all emotions and moods which had hitherto dominated both, touched her almost to the point of tears. Her throat tightened and her eyes moistened, although she sought to overcome any show of emotion whatsoever. She longed to tell her everything. At the same time, the compelling passion she retained for Clyde, as well as the fact that she had compromised herself as she had, now showed her that she had erected a barrier which could not easily be torn down. The conventions of this local world were much too strong, even where her mother was concerned. She hesitated a moment, wishing that she could quickly and clearly present to her mother the problem that was weighing upon her and receive her sympathy, if not help. But instead she merely said, "Oh, I wish you could have been with me all the time in Lycurgus, Mamma. Maybe—" She paused, realizing that she had been on the verge of speaking without due caution. Her thought had been that, with her mother near at hand, she might have been able to have resisted Clyde's insistent desires. "Yes, I suppose you do miss me," her mother went on. "But it's better for you, don't you think? You know how it is over here, and you like your work. You do like your work, don't you?" "Oh, the work is nice enough. I like that part of it. It's been so nice to be able to help here a little, but it's not so nice living all alone." "Why did you leave the Newtons, Bob? Was Grace so disagreeable? I should have thought she would have been company for you." "Well, she was at first," replied Roberta. "Only she didn't have any men friends of her own, and she was awfully jealous of anybody that paid the least attention to me. I couldn't go anywhere but she had to be along, or if I wasn't, then she always wanted me to go with her, so I couldn't go anywhere by myself. You know how it is, Mamma. 2 girls can't go with one young man." "Yes, I know how it is, Bob." Her mother laughed a little, then added, "Who is he?" "It's Mr. Griffiths, Mother," she added, after a moment's hesitation, a sense of the exceptional nature of her contact as contrasted with this very plain world here passing like a light across her eyes. For all her fears, even the bare possibility of joining her life with Clyde's was marvelous. "But I don't want you to mention his name to anybody yet," she added. "He doesn't want me to. His relatives are so very rich, you know. They own the company, that is, his uncle does. But there's a rule there about anyone who works for the company, or anyone in charge of a department. I mean, not having anything to do with any of the girls. And he wouldn't with any of the others. But he likes me, and I like him, and it's different with us. Besides, I'm going to resign pretty soon and get a place somewhere else, I think, and then it won't make a difference. I can tell anybody, and so can he." Roberta was thinking now that, in the face of her recent treatment at the hands of Clyde, as well as because of the way in which she had given herself to him without due precaution as to her ultimate rehabilitation via marriage, that perhaps this was not exactly true. He might not. A vague, almost formless fear, this, as yet. Want her to tell anybody now. Ever. And unless he were going to continue to love her and marry her, she might not want anyone to know of it either. The wretched, shameful, difficult position in which she had placed herself by all this. On the other hand, Mrs. Alden, learning thus casually of the odd and seemingly clandestine nature of this relationship, was not only troubled but puzzled, so concerned was she for Roberta's happiness. For although, as she now said to herself, Roberta was such a good, pure, and careful girl, the best and most unselfish and wisest of all her children, still might it not be possible? But no one was likely to either easily or safely compromise or betray Roberta. She was too conservative and good, and so now she added, "A relative of the owner, you say? The Mr. Samuel Griffiths you wrote about?" "Yes, Mamma, he's his nephew." "The young man at the factory?" her mother asked, at the same time wondering just how Roberta had come to attract a man of Clyde's position, for from the very first she had made it plain that he was a member of the family who owned the factory. This in itself was a troublesome fact. The traditional result of such relationships, common the world over, naturally caused her to be intensely fearful of just such an association as Roberta seemed to be making. Nevertheless, she was not at all convinced that a girl of Roberta's looks and practicality would not be able to negotiate an association of the sort without harm to herself. "Yes," Roberta replied simply. "What's he like, Bob?" "Oh, awfully nice. So good-looking, and he's been so nice to me. I don't think the place would be as nice as it is, except that he is so refined. He keeps those factory girls in their place. He's a nephew of the president of the company, you see, and the girls just naturally have to respect him." "Well, that is nice, isn't it? I think it's so much better to work for refined people than just anybody. I know you didn't think so much of the work over at Trippett's Mills. Does he come to see you often, Bob?" "Well, yes, pretty often," Roberta replied, flushing slightly, for she realized that she could not be entirely frank with her mother. Mrs. Alden, looking up at the moment, noticed this, and mistaking it for embarrassment, asked teasingly, "You like him, don't you?" "Yes, I do, Mother," Roberta replied, simply and honestly. "What about him? Does he like you?" Roberta crossed to the kitchen window. Below it, at the base of the slope which led to the spring house, and the one most productive field of the farm, were ranged all the dilapidated buildings, which more than anything else about the place bespoke the meager material condition to which the family had fallen. In fact, during the last 10 years, these things had become symbols of inefficiency and lack. Somehow, at this moment, bleak and covered with snow, they identified themselves in her mind as the antithesis of all to which her imagination aspired. And, not strangely either, this last was identified with Clyde. Somberness as opposed to happiness, success in love or failure in love. Assuming that he truly loved her now and would take her away from all this, then possibly the bleakness of all of it for her and her mother would be broken. But assuming that he did not, then all the results of her yearning, but possibly mistaken, dreams would be not only upon her own head, but upon those of these others, her mother's first. She troubled what to say, but finally observed, "Well, he says he does." "Do you think he intends to marry you?" Mrs. Alden asked, timidly and hopefully, because of all her children her heart and hopes rested most with Roberta. "Well, I'll tell you, Mamma." The sentence was not finished, for just then Emily, hurrying in from the front door, called, "Oh, Gift's here. He came in an automobile. Somebody drove him over, I guess, and he's got 4 or 5 big bundles." And immediately after came Tom with the elder brother, who, in a new overcoat, the first result of his career with the General Electric Company in Schenectady, greeted his mother affectionately, and after her, Roberta. "Why, Gifford!" his mother exclaimed. "We didn't expect you until the 9 o'clock. How did you get here so soon?" "Well, I didn't think I would be. I ran into Mr. Rearick down in Schenectady, and he wanted to know if I didn't want to drive back with him. I see old Pop Myers over at Trippett's Mills has got the 2nd story to his house at last, Bob." He turned and added to Roberta, "I suppose it'll be another year before he gets the roof on." "I suppose so," replied Roberta, who knew the old Trippett's Mills character well. In the meantime she had relieved him of his coat and packages, which, piled on the dining-room table, were being curiously eyed by Emily. "Hands off, Em," called Gifford to his little sister. "Nothing doing with those until Christmas morning. Has anybody cut a Christmas tree yet? That was my job last year." "It still is, Gifford," his mother replied. "I told Tom to wait until you came, 'cause you always get such a good one." And just then through the kitchen door Titus entered, bearing an armload of wood, his gaunt face and angular elbows and knees contributing a sharp contrast to the comparative hopefulness of the younger generation. Roberta noticed it as he stood smiling upon his son, and, because she was so eager for something better than ever had been to come to all, now went over to her father and put her arms around him. "I know something Santy has brought my dad that he'll like." It was a dark red plaid mackinaw that she was sure would help keep him warm while executing his chores about the house, and she was anxious for Christmas morning to come so that he could see it. She then went to get an apron in order to help her mother with the evening meal. No additional moment for complete privacy occurring, the opportunity to say more concerning that which both were so interested in, the subject of Clyde, did not come up again for several hours, after which length of time she found an occasion to say, "Yes, but you mustn't ever say anything to anybody yet. I told him I wouldn't tell, and you mustn't." "No, I won't, dear. But I was just wondering. But I suppose you know what you're doing. You're old enough now to take care of yourself, Bob, aren't you?" "Yes, I am, Ma, and you mustn't worry about me, dear," she added, seeing a shadow, not of distrust but worry, passing over her beloved mother's face. How careful she must be not to cause her to worry when she had so much else to think about here on the farm. Sunday morning brought the Gables with full news of their social and material progress in Homer. Although her sister was not as attractive as she, and Fred Gable was not such a man as at any stage in her life Roberta could have imagined herself interested in, still, after her troublesome thoughts in regard to Clyde, the sight of Agnes emotionally and materially content and at ease in the small security which matrimony and her none too efficient husband provided, was sufficient to rouse in her that flapping, doubtful mood that had been assailing her since the previous morning. Was it not better, she thought, to be married to a man even as inefficient and unattractive but steadfast as Fred Gable, than to occupy the anomalous position in which she now found herself in her relations with Clyde? For here was Gable now talking briskly of the improvements that had come to himself and Agnes during the year in which they had been married. In that time he had been able to resign his position as a teacher in Homer, and take over on shares the management of a small book and stationery store, whose principal contributory features were a toy department and soda fountain. They had been doing good business. Agnes, if all went well, would be able to buy a Mission parlor suite by next summer. Fred had already bought her a phonograph for Christmas. In proof of their well-being, they had brought satisfactory remembrances for all of the Aldens. But Gable had with him a copy of the Lycurgus Star, and at breakfast, which because of the visitors this morning was unusually late, was reading the news of that city, for in Lycurgus was located the wholesale house from which he secured a portion of his stock. "Well, I see things are going full blast in your town, Bob," he observed. "The Star here says the Griffiths Company have got an order for 120,000 collars from the Buffalo trade alone. They must just be coining money over there." "There's always plenty to do in my department, I know that," replied Roberta briskly. "We never seem to have any the less to do whether business is good or bad. I guess it must be good all the time." "Pretty soft for those people. They don't have to worry about anything. Someone was telling me they're going to build a new factory in Ilion to manufacture shirts alone. Heard anything about that down there?" "Why, no, I haven't. Maybe it's some other company." "By the way, what's the name of that young man you said was the head of your department? Wasn't he a Griffiths, too?" he asked briskly, turning to the editorial page, which also carried news of local Lycurgus society. "Yes, his name is Griffiths. Clyde Griffiths. Why?" "I think I saw his name in here a minute ago. I just wanted to see if it ain't the same fellow." "Sure, here you are. Ain't this the one?" He passed the paper to Roberta with his finger on an item which read, "Miss Vanda Steele of Gloversville was hostess at an informal dance held at her home in that city Friday night, at which were present several prominent members of Lycurgus society, among them the Misses Sandra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, Jill and Gertrude Trumbull, and Pearlie Haynes, and Messrs. Clyde Griffiths, Frank Harriet, Tracy Trumbull, Grant Cranston, and Scott Nicholson. The party, as is usual whenever the younger group assembles, did not break up until late, the Lycurgus members motoring back just after dawn. It is already rumored that most of this group will gather at the Ellersleys, in Schenectady, New Year's Eve, for another event of this same gay nature." "He seems to be quite a fellow over there," Gable remarked, even as Roberta was reading. The first thing that occurred to Roberta on reading this item was that it appeared to have little, if anything, to do with the group which Clyde had said was present. In the first place, there was no mention of Myra or Bella Griffiths. On the other hand, all those names with which, because of recent frequent references on the part of Clyde, she was becoming most familiar were recorded as present. Sandra Finchley, Bertine Cranston, the Trumbull girls, Pearlie Haynes. He had said it had not been very interesting, and here it was spoken of as gay, and he himself was listed for another engagement of the same character New Year's Eve, when, as a matter of fact, she had been counting on being with him. He had not even mentioned this New Year's engagement, and perhaps he would now make some last-minute excuse for that, as he had for the previous Friday evening. Oh dear, what did all this mean, anyhow? Immediately, what little romantic glamour this Christmas homecoming had held for her was dissipated. She began to wonder whether Clyde really cared for her as he had pretended. The dark state to which her incurable passion for him had brought her now pained her terribly. For without him, and marriage, and a home, and children, and a reasonable place in such a local world as she was accustomed to, what was there for a girl like her in the world? And apart from his own continuing affection for her, if it really was continuing, what assurance had she, in the face of such incidents as these, that he would not eventually desert her? And if this were true, here was her future, in so far as marriage with anyone else was concerned, compromised or made impossible, maybe, and with no reliance to be placed on him. She fell absolutely silent, and although Gable inquired, "That's the fellow, isn't it?" she arose without answering and said, "Excuse me, please, a moment. I want to get something out of my bag," and hurried once more to her former room upstairs. Once there she sat down on the bed, and resting her chin in her hands, a habit when troublesome or necessary thoughts controlled her, gazed at the floor. Where was Clyde now? What one, if any, of these girls did he take to the steel party? Was he very much interested in her? Until this very day, because of Clyde's unbroken devotion to her, she had not even troubled to think there could be any other girl to whom his attentions could mean anything. But now! She got up and walked to the window and looked out on that same orchard, where as a girl so many times she had been thrilled by the beauty of life. The scene was miserably bleak and bare. The thin, icy arms of the trees, the grey, swaying twigs, a lone, rustling leaf somewhere, and snow, and wretched outbuildings in need of repair, and Clyde becoming indifferent to her. And the thought now came to her swiftly and urgently that she must not stay here any longer than she could help, not even this day, if possible. She must return to Lycurgus and be near Clyde, if no more than to persuade him to his old affection for her, or if not that, then by her presence to prevent him from devoting himself too wholly to these others. Decidedly, to go away like this, even for the holidays, was not good. In her absence he might desert her completely for another girl, and if so, then would it not be her fault? At once she pondered as to what excuse she could make in order to return this day. But realizing that in view of all these preliminary preparations, this would seem inexplicably unreasonable, to her mother most of all, she decided to endure it, and she had planned until Christmas afternoon, then to return, never to leave for so long a period again. But ad interim, all her thoughts were on how and in what ways she could make more sure, if at all, of Clyde's continued interest and social and emotional support, as well as marriage in the future. Suppose he had lied to her? How could she influence him, if at all, not to do so again? How to make him feel that lying between them was not right? How to make herself securely first in his heart against the dreams engendered by the possible charms of another? How? End of Book 2, Chapter 29. Section 49 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 30. But Roberta's return to Lycurgus and her room at the Gilpins' Christmas night brought no sign of Clyde, nor any word of explanation. For in connection with the Griffiths in the meantime there had been a development relating to all this, which, could she or Clyde have known, would have interested both not a little. For subsequent to the steel dance, that same item read by Roberta fell under the eyes of Gilbert. He was seated at the breakfast table the Sunday morning after the party, and was about to sip from a cup of coffee when he encountered it. On the instant his teeth snapped about as a man might snap his watch-lid, and instead of drinking he put his cup down and examined the item with more care. Other than his mother, there was no one at the table or in the room with him, but knowing that she, more than any of the others, shared his views in regard to Clyde, he now passed the paper over to her. "Look at who's breaking into society now, will you?" he admonished sharply and sarcastically, his eyes radiating the hard and contemptuous opposition he felt. "We'll be having him up here next." "Who?" inquired Mrs. Griffiths, as she took the paper and examined the item calmly and judicially, yet not without a little of outwardly suppressed surprise when she saw the name. For although the fact of Clyde's having been picked up by Sandra in her car some time before, and later been invited to dinner at the Trumbulls, had been conveyed to the family some time before, Still, a society notice in the Star was different. Now I wonder how it was that he came to be invited to that, meditated Mrs. Griffiths, who was always conscious of her son's mood in regard to all this. Now who would do it but that little Finchley Snip, smart Aleck, snapped Gilbert. She's got the idea from somewhere, from Bella for all I know, that we don't care to have anything to do with him, and she thinks this is a clever way to hit back at me for some of the things I've done to her, or that she thinks I've done. At any rate, she thinks I don't like her, and that's right, I don't. And Bella knows it too. And that goes for that little Cranston show-off, too. They're both always running around with her. They're a set of show-offs and wasters, the whole bunch, and that goes for their brothers, too, Grant Cranston and Stu Finchley. And if something don't go wrong with one or the other of that bunch one of these days, I miss my guess. You mark my word. They don't do a thing, the whole lot of them, from one year's end to the other, but play around and dance and run here and there, as though there wasn't anything else in the world for them to do. And why you and Dad let Bella run with them as much as she does is more than I can see. To this his mother protested. It was not possible for her to entirely estrange Bella from one portion of this local social group and direct her definitely toward the homes of certain others. They all mingled too freely, and she was getting along in years and had a mind of her own. Just the same, his mother's apology, and especially in the face of the publication of this item, by no means lessened Gilbert's opposition to Clyde's social ambitions and opportunities. What? That poor little moneyless cousin of his, who had committed first the unpardonable offense of looking like him, and second, of coming here to Lycurgus and fixing himself on this very superior family, and after he had shown him all too plainly, and from the first, that he personally did not like him, did not want him, and if left to himself, would never for so much as a moment endure him. He hasn't got any money, he declared finally, and very bitterly to his mother, and he's hanging on here by the skin of his teeth as it is. And what for? If he is taken up by these people, what can he do? He certainly hasn't got the money to do as they do, and he can't get it. And if he could, his job here wouldn't let him go anywhere much, unless someone troubled to pay his way. And how he's going to do his work and run with that crowd is more than I know. That bunch is on the go all the time. Actually, he was wondering whether Clyde would be included from now on, and if so, what was to be done about it. If he were to be taken up in this way, how was he, or the family either, to escape from being civil to him? For obviously, as earlier and subsequent developments proved, his father did not choose to send him away. Indeed, subsequent to this conversation, Mrs. Griffiths had laid the paper, together with a version of Gilbert's views, before her husband at this same breakfast table. But he, true to the previous mood in regard to Clyde, was not inclined to share his son's opinion. On the contrary, he seemed, as Mrs. Griffiths saw it, to look upon the development recorded by the item as a justification in part of his own original estimate of Clyde. "I must say," he began, after listening to his wife to the end, "I can't see what's wrong with his going to a party now and then, or being invited here and there, even if he hasn't any money. It looks more like a compliment to him and to us than anything else. I know how Gil feels about him, but it rather looks to me as though Clyde's just a little better than Gil thinks he is. At any rate, I can't and I wouldn't want to do anything about it. I've asked him to come down here, and the least I can do is to give him an opportunity to better himself. He seems to be doing his work all right. Besides, how would it look if I didn't?" And later, because of some additional remarks on the part of Gilbert to his mother, he added, "I'd certainly rather have him going with some of the better people than some of the worse ones. That's one thing sure. He's neat and polite, and from all I hear at the factory, he does his work well enough. As a matter of fact, I think it would have been better if we had invited him up to the lake last summer for a few days anyhow, as I suggested. As it is now, if we don't do something pretty soon, it will look as though we think he isn't good enough for us when the other people here seem to think he is. If you'll take my advice, you'll have him up here for Christmas or New Year's anyhow, just to show that we don't think any less of him than our friends do." This suggestion, once transferred to Gilbert by his mother, caused him to exclaim, "Well, I'll be hanged! All right, only don't think I'm going to lay myself out to be civil to him. It's a wonder if father thinks he's so able that he don't make a real position for him somewhere." Just the same, nothing might have come of this, had it not been that Bella, returning from Albany this same day, learned via contacts and telephone talks with Sandra and Bertine of the developments in connection with Clyde, also that he had been invited to accompany them to the New Year's Eve dance at the Ellersleys in Schenectady, Bella having been previously scheduled to make a part of this group before Clyde was thought of. This sudden development, reported by Bella to her mother, was of sufficient import to cause Mrs. Griffiths, as well as Samuel, if not Gilbert, later to decide to make the best of a situation which was obviously being forced upon them and themselves invite Clyde for dinner, Christmas Day, a sedate affair to which many others were bid. For this, as they now decided, would serve to make plain to all, and at once, that Clyde was not being wholly ignored, as some might imagine. It was the only reasonable thing to do at this late date. And Gilbert, on hearing this, and realizing that in this instance he was checkmated, exclaimed sourly, "Oh, all right, invite him if you want to, if that's the way you and Dad feel about it. I don't see any real necessity for it even now, but you fix it to suit yourself. Constance and I are going over to Utica for the afternoon anyhow, so I couldn't be there even if I wanted to." He was thinking of what an outrageous thing it was that a girl whom he disliked as much as he did Sandra could thus via her determination and plottings thrust his own cousin on him, and he be unable to prevent it. And what a beggar Clyde must be to attempt to attach himself in this way when he knew that he was not wanted. What sort of youth was he, anyhow? And so it was that on Monday morning Clyde had received another letter from the Griffiths, this time signed by Myra, asking him to have dinner with them at 2:00 Christmas Day. But since this at that time did not seem to interfere with his meeting Roberta Christmas night at 8, he merely gave himself over to extreme rejoicing in regard to it all now, and at last he was nearly as well placed here, socially, as anyone. For although he had no money, see how he was being received, and by the Griffiths, too, among all the others, and Sandra taking so great an interest in him, actually talking and acting as though she might be ready to fall in love, and Gilbert checkmated by his social popularity. What would you say to that? It testified, as he saw it now, that at least his relatives had not forgotten him, or that, because of his recent success in other directions, they were finding it necessary to be civil to him, a thought that was the same as the bays of victory to a contestant. He viewed it with as much pleasure, almost as though there had never been any hiatus at all. End of Book 2, Chapter 30. Section 50 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 31. Unfortunately, however, the Christmas dinner at the Griffiths, which included the Starks and their daughter Arabella, Mr. and Mrs. Wynant, who in the absence of their daughter Constance with Gilbert were dining with the Griffiths, the Arnolds, Anthonys, Harriets, Taylors, and others of note in Lycurgus, so impressed and even overawed Clyde that although 5 o'clock came and then 6, he was incapable of breaking away or thinking clearly and compellingly of his obligation to Roberta. Even when, slightly before 6, the greater portion of those who had been thus cheerfully entertained began rising and making their bows and departing, and when he, too, should have been doing the same thing and thinking of his appointment with Roberta, being accosted by Violet Taylor, who was part of a younger group, and who now began talking of some additional festivities to be held that same evening at the Anthonys, and who added most urgently, "You're coming with us, aren't you? Sure you are." He at once acquiesced, although his earlier promise to Roberta forced the remembrance that she was probably already back and expecting him. But still, he had time even now, didn't he? Yet, once at the Anthonys, the talking and dancing with various girls, the obligation faded, but at 9 he began worrying a little, for by this time she must be in her room and wondering what had become of him and his promise, and on Christmas night, too, and after she had been away 3 days. Inwardly he grew more and more restless and troubled, the while outwardly he maintained that same high spirit that characterized him throughout the afternoon. Fortunately for his own mood, this same group, having danced and frolicked every night for the past week until almost nervously exhausted, it now unanimously and unconsciously yielded to weariness, and at 11:30 broke up. And after having escorted Bella Griffiths to her door, Clyde hurried around Elm Street to see if by any chance Roberta was still awake. As he neared the Gilpins, he perceived through the snow-covered bushes and trees the glow of her single lamp, and for the time being, troubled as to what he should say, how to excuse himself for this inexplicable lapse, he paused near one of the large trees that bordered the street, debating with himself as to just what he would say. Would he insist that he had again been to the Griffiths, or where? For according to his previous story, he had only been there the Friday before. In the months before, when he had no social contacts, but was merely romanticizing in regard to them, the untruths he found himself telling her caused him no twinges of any kind. They were not real, and took up no actual portion of his time, nor did they interfere with any of his desired contacts with her. But now, in the face of the actuality, and the fact that these new contacts meant everything to his future, as he saw it, he hesitated. His quick conclusion was to explain his absence this evening by a second invitation which had come later, also by asseverating that the Griffiths, being potentially in charge of his material welfare, was becoming more and more of a duty rather than an idle, evasive pleasure to desert her in this way at their command. Could he help it? And with this half-truth permanently fixed in his mind, he crossed the snow and gently tapped at her window. At once the light was extinguished, and a moment later the curtain lifted. Then Roberta, who had been mournfully brooding, opened the door and admitted him, having previously lit a candle, as was her custom in order to avoid detection as much as possible, and at once he began in a whisper. "Gee, but this society business here is getting to be a dizzy thing, honey. I never saw such a town as this. Once you go with these people one place to do one thing, they always have something else they want you to do. They're on the go all the time. When I went there Friday," he was referring to his lie about having gone to the Griffiths, "I thought that would be the last until after the holidays. But yesterday, and just when I was planning to go somewhere else, I got a note saying they expected me to come there again today for dinner, sure. And today when I thought the dinner would begin at 2, he continued to explain, and end in time for me to be around here by 8 like I said, it didn't start until 3 and only broke up a few minutes ago. Isn't that the limit? And I just couldn't get away for the last 4 hours. How have you been, honey? Did you have a good time? I hope so. Did they like the present I gave you?" He rattled off these questions, to which she made brief and decidedly terse replies, all the time looking at him, as much as to say, "Oh, Clyde, how can you treat me like this?" But Clyde was so much interested in his own alibi, and how to convince Roberta of the truth of it, that neither before nor after slipping off his coat, muffler, and gloves, and smoothing back his hair, did he look at her directly, or even tenderly, or indeed do anything to demonstrate to her that he was truly delighted to see her again. On the contrary, he was so fidgety and in part flustered that despite his past professions and actions, she could feel that apart from being moderately glad to see her again, he was more concerned about himself and his own partially explained defection than he was about her. And although after a few moments he took her in his arms and pressed his lips to hers, still, as on Saturday, she could feel that he was only partially united to her in spirit. Other things, the affairs that had kept him from her on Friday and tonight, were disturbing his thoughts and hers. She looked at him, not exactly believing, and yet not entirely wishing to disbelieve him. He might have been at the Griffiths, as he said, and they might have detained him, and yet he might not have either, for she could not help recalling that on the previous Saturday he had said he had been there Friday, and the paper, on the other hand, had stated that he was in Gloversville. But if she questioned him in regard to these things now, would he not get angry and lie to her still more? For after all, she could not help thinking that apart from his love for her, she had no real claim on him, but she could not possibly imagine that he could change so quickly. "So that was why you didn't come tonight, was it?" she asked, with more spirit and irritation than she had ever used with him before. "I thought you told me you wouldn't let anything interfere," she went on, a little heavily. "Well, so I did," he admitted, "and I wouldn't have either except for the letter I got. You know I wouldn't let anyone but my uncle interfere, but I couldn't turn them down when they asked me to come there on Christmas Day. It's too important. It wouldn't look right, would it, especially when you weren't going to be here in the afternoon?" The manner and tone in which he said this conveyed to Roberta, more clearly than anything that he had ever said before, how significant he considered this connection with his relatives to be, and how unimportant anything she might value in regard to this relationship was to him. It came to her now that in spite of all his enthusiasm and demonstrativeness in the first stages of this affair, possibly she was much more trivial in his estimation than she seemed to herself, and that meant that her dreams and sacrifices thus far had been in vain. She became frightened. "Well, anyhow," she went on dubiously in the face of this, "don't you think you might have left a note here, Clyde, so I would have got it when I got in?" She asked this mildly, not wishing to irritate him too much. "But didn't I just tell you, honey, I didn't expect to be so late. I thought the thing would be over by 6, anyhow." "Yes, well, anyhow, I know, but still." Her face wore a puzzled, troubled, nervous look, in which was mingled fear, sorrow, depression, distrust, a trace of resentment, and a trace of despair, all of which, coloring and animating her eyes, which were now fixed on him in round, orb-like solemnity, caused him to suffer from a sense of having misused and demeaned her not a little, and because her eyes seemed to advertise this, he flushed of dark red that colored deeply his naturally very pale cheeks, but without appearing to notice this or lay any stress on it in any way at the time, Roberta added for a moment, I noticed that the Star mentioned that Gloversville party Sunday, but it didn't say anything about your cousins being over there. Were they? For the first time in all her questioning of him, she asked this as though she might possibly doubt him, a development which Clyde had scarcely anticipated in connection with her up to this time, and more than anything else, it troubled and irritated him. Of course they were, he replied falsely. Why do you want to ask a thing like that when I told you they were? Well, dear, I don't mean anything by it. I only wanted to know. But I did notice that it mentioned all those other people from Lycurgus that you were always talking about. Sandra Finchley, Bertine Cranston. You know you never mention anybody but the Trumbolls. Her tone tended to make him bristle and grow cross, as she saw. Yes, I said that, but it ain't so. If they were there, I didn't see them. The papers don't always get everything right. In spite of a certain crossness and irritation at being trapped in this fashion, his manner did not carry conviction, and he knew it. And he began to resent the fact that she should question him so. Why should she? Wasn't he of sufficient importance to move in this new world without her holding him back in this way? Instead of denying or reproaching him further, she merely looked at him, her expression one of injured wistfulness. She did not believe him now entirely, and she did not utterly disbelieve him. A part of what he said was probably true. More important was it that he should care for her enough not to want to lie to her, or to treat her badly. But how was that to be effected if he did not want to be kind or truthful? She moved back from him a few steps, and with a gesture of helplessness said, "Oh, Clyde, you don't have to story to me. Don't you know that? I wouldn't care where you went if you would just tell me beforehand, and not leave me like this all alone on Christmas night. It's just that hurts so." "But I'm not storying to you, Bert," he reiterated crossly. "I can't help how things look, even if the paper did say so. The Griffiths were over there, and I can prove it. I got around here as soon as I could today. What do you want to get so mad about all at once? I've told you how things are. I can't do just as I want here. They call me up at the last minute and want me to go, and I just can't get out of it. What's the use of being so mad about it?" He stared defiantly, while Roberta, checkmated in this general way, was at a loss as to how to proceed. The item about New Year's Eve was in her mind, but she felt that it might not be wise to say anything more now. More poignantly than ever now, she was identifying him with that gay life of which he, but not she, was a part, and yet she hesitated even now to let him know how sharp were the twinges of jealousy that were beginning to assail her. They had such a good time in that fine world, he and those he knew, and she had so little. And besides, now he was always talking about that Sandra Finchley and that Bertine Cranston, or the papers were. Was it in either of those that he was most interested? "Do you like that Miss Finchley very much?" she suddenly asked, looking up at him in the shadow, her desire to obtain some slight satisfaction, some little light on all this trouble, still torturing her. At once Clyde sensed the importance of the question, a suggestion of partially suppressed interest and jealousy and helplessness, more in her voice even than in the way she looked. There was something so soft, coaxing and sad about her voice at times, especially when she was most depressed. At the same time, he was slightly taken back by the shrewd and telepathic way in which she appeared to fix on Sandra. Immediately he felt that she should not know, that it would irritate her. At the same time, vanity in regard to his general position here, which hourly was becoming more secure, apparently, caused him to say, "Oh, I like her some, sure. She's very pretty and a dandy dancer, and she has lots of money and dresses well." He was about to add that outside of that, Sandra appealed to him in no other way, when Roberta, sensing something of the true interest he felt in this girl, perhaps, and the wide gulf that lay between herself and all this world, suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, and who wouldn't with all the money she has? If I had as much money as that, I could too." And to his astonishment and dismay even, at this point her voice grew suddenly vibrant and then broke as on a sob. And as he could both see and feel, she was deeply hurt, terribly and painfully hurt, heart-sore and jealous. And at once, although his first impulse was to grow angry and defiant again, his mood as suddenly softened. For now it pained him not a little to think that someone of whom he had once been so continuously fond, up to this time, should be made to suffer through jealousy of him, for he himself well knew the pangs of jealousy in connection with Hortense. He could for some reason almost see himself in Roberta's place, and for this reason, if for no other, he now said, and quite softly, "Oh, now, Bert, as though I couldn't tell you about her or anyone else without your getting mad about it. I didn't mean that I was especially interested in her. I was just telling you what I thought you wanted to know because you asked me if I liked her, that's all." "Oh yes, I know," replied Roberta, standing tensely and nervously before him, her face white, her hands suddenly clenched, and looking up at him dubiously and yet pleadingly. "But they've got everything. You know they have. And I haven't got anything, really. And it's so hard for me to keep up my end, and against all of them, too, with all they have." Her voice shook, and she ceased talking, her eyes filling and her lips beginning to quiver, and as swiftly she concealed her face with her hands and turned away, her shoulders shaking as she did so. Indeed, her body was now torn for the moment by the most desperate and convulsive sobs, so much so that Clyde, perplexed and astonished and deeply moved by this sudden display of a pent-up and powerful emotion, as suddenly was himself moved deeply. For obviously this was no trick or histrionic bit intended to influence him, but rather a sudden and overwhelming vision of herself, as he himself could sense, as a rather lorn and isolated girl without friends or prospects, as opposed to those others in whom he was now so interested, and who had so much more, everything in fact. For behind her in her vision lay all the lorn and detached years that had marred her youth, now so vivid because of her recent visit. She was really intensely moved, overwhelmingly and helplessly. And now from the very bottom of her heart she exclaimed, "If I'd ever had a chance like some girls, if I'd ever been anywhere or seen anything, but just to be brought up in the country and without any money or clothes or anything, and nobody to show you, oh. The moment she said these things she was actually ashamed of having made so weak and self-condemnatory a confession, since that was what was really troubling him in connection with her, no doubt. "Oh, Roberta, darling," he said instantly and tenderly, putting his arms around her, genuinely moved by his own dereliction. "You mustn't cry like that, dearest, you mustn't. I didn't mean to hurt you, honest I didn't. Truly I didn't, dear. I know you've had a hard time, honey. I know how you feel, and how you've been up against things in one way and another. Sure I do, Bert, and you mustn't cry, dearest. I love you just the same. Truly I do, and I always will. I'm sorry if I've hurt you, honest I am. I couldn't help it tonight if I didn't come, honest, or last Friday either. Why, it just wasn't possible. But I won't be so mean like that any more, if I can help it. Honest I won't. You're the sweetest, dearest girl, and you've got such lovely hair and eyes and such a pretty little figure. Honest you have, Bert. And you can dance, too, as pretty as anybody. And you look just as nice. Honest you do, dear. Won't you stop now, honey? Please do. I'm so sorry, honey, if I've hurt you in any way." There was about Clyde at times a certain strain of tenderness, evoked by experiences, disappointments, and hardships in his own life, which came out to one and another, almost any other, under such circumstances as these. At such times he had a soft and melting voice. His manner was as tender and gentle almost as that of a mother with a baby. It drew a girl like Roberta intensely to him. At the same time, such emotion in him, though vivid, was of brief duration. It was like a rush and flutter of a summer storm, soon come and soon gone. Yet in this instance it was sufficient to cause Roberta to feel that he fully understood and sympathized with her, and perhaps liked her all the better for it. Things were not so bad for the moment, anyhow. She had him and his love and sympathy to a very marked degree, at any rate, and because of this and her very great comfort in it, and his soothing words, she began to dry her eyes, to say that she was sorry to think that she was such a crybaby, and that she hoped he would forgive her, because in crying she had wet the bosom of his spotless white shirt with her tears. And she would not do it any more, if Clyde would just forgive her this once. The while, touched by a passion he scarcely believed was buried in her in any such volume, he now continued to kiss her hands, cheeks, and finally her lips. And between these pettings and coaxings and kissings, it was that he really affirmed to her, most foolishly and falsely in this instance, since he was really caring for Sandra in a way which, while different, was just as vital, perhaps even more so, that he regarded her as first, last, and most in his heart, always, a statement which caused her to feel that perhaps after all she might have misjudged him, also that her position, if anything, was more secure, if not more wonderful than ever it had been before, far superior to that of these other girls who might see him socially perhaps, but who did not have him to love them in this wonderful way. End of Book 2, Chapter 31. Section 51 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 32. Clyde now was actually part and parcel of this local winter social scene. The Griffiths having introduced him to their friends and connections, it followed as a matter of course that he would be received in most homes here. But in this very limited world, where quite everyone who was anything at all knew everyone else, the state of one's purse was as much, and in some instances even more, considered than one's social connections. For these local families of distinction were convinced that not only one's family, but one's wealth, was the be-all and end-all of every happy union meant to include social security. And in consequence, while considering Clyde as one who was unquestionably eligible socially, still, because it had been whispered about that his means were very slender, they were not inclined to look upon him as one who might aspire to marriage with any of their daughters. Hence, while they were to the fore with invitations, still in so far as their own children and connections were concerned, they were also to the fore with precautionary hints as to the inadvisability of too numerous contacts with him. However, the mood of Sandra and her group being friendly toward him, and the observations and comments of their friends and parents not as yet too definite, Clyde continued to receive invitations to the one type of gathering that most interested him, that which began and ended with dancing. And although his purse was short, he got on well enough. For once Sandra had interested herself in him, it was not long before she began to realize what his financial state was, and was concerned to make his friendship for her at least as inexpensive as possible. And because of this attitude on her part, which in turn was conveyed to Bertine, Grant Cranston, and the others, it became possible on most occasions for Clyde, especially when the affair was local, to go here and there without the expenditure of any money. Even when the affair was at any point beyond Lycurgus and he consented to go, the car of another was delegated to pick him up. Frequently after the New Year's Eve trip to Schenectady, which proved to be an outing of real import to both Clyde and Sandra, seeing that on that occasion she drew nearer to him affectionately than ever before, it was Sandra herself who chose to pick him up in her car. He had actually succeeded in impressing her, and in a way that most flattered her vanity at the same time that it appealed to the finest trait in her, a warm desire to have someone, some youth like Clyde, who was at once attractive and of good social station, dependent upon her. She knew that her parents would not countenance an affair between her and Clyde because of his poverty. She had originally not contemplated any, though now she found herself wishing that something of the kind might be. However, no opportunity for further intimacies occurred until one night, about 2 weeks after the New Year's Eve party. They were returning from a similar affair at Amsterdam, and after Bella Griffiths and Grant and Bertine Cranston had been driven to their respective homes, Stuart Finchley had called back, "Now we'll take you home, Griffiths." At once Sandra, swayed by the delight of contact with Clyde, and not willing to end it so soon, said, "If you want to come over to our place, I'll make some hot chocolate before you go home. Would you like that?" "Oh, sure I would," Clyde had answered gaily. "Here goes, then," called Stuart, turning the car toward the Finchley home. "But as for me, I'm going to turn in. It's way after 3 now." "That's a good brother. Your beauty sleep, you know," replied Sandra. And having turned the car into the garage, the three made their way through the rear entrance into the kitchen. Her brother having left them, Sandra asked Clyde to be seated at a servant's table while she brought the ingredients. But he, impressed by this culinary equipment, the like of which she had never seen before, gazed about, wondering at the wealth and security which could sustain it. "My, this is a big kitchen, isn't it?" he remarked. "What a lot of things you have here to cook with, haven't you?" And she, realizing from this that he had not been accustomed to equipment of this order before coming to Lycurgus, and hence was all the more easily to be impressed, replied, "Oh, I don't know. Aren't all kitchens as big as this?" Clyde, thinking of the poverty he knew, and assuming from this that she was scarcely aware of anything less than this, was all the more overawed by the plethora of the world to which she belonged. What means! Only to think of being married to such a girl, when all such as this would become an everyday state. One would have a cook and servants, a great house and car, no one to work for, and only orders to give, a thought which impressed him greatly. It made her various self-conscious gestures and posings all the more entrancing. And she, sensing the import of all this to Clyde, was inclined to exaggerate her own inseparable connection with it. To him, more than anyone else, as she now saw, she shone as a star, a paragon of luxury and social supremacy. Having prepared the chocolate in a commonplace aluminum pan, to further impress him she sought out a heavily chased silver service which was in another room. She poured the chocolate into a highly ornamented urn, and then carried it to the table and put it down before him. Then, swinging herself up beside him, she said, Now isn't this chummy? I just love to get out in the kitchen like this, but I can only do it when the cook's out. He won't let anyone near the place when he's here." "Oh, is that so?" asked Clyde, who was quite unaware of the ways of cooks in connection with private homes, an inquiry which quite convinced Sandra that there must have been little if any real means in the world from which he sprang. Nevertheless, because he had come to mean so much to her, she was by no means inclined to turn back. And so when he finally exclaimed, "Isn't it wonderful to be together like this, Sandra? Just think, I hardly got a chance to say a word to you all evening alone," she replied, without in any way being irritated by the familiarity, "You think so? I'm glad you do," and smiled in a slightly supercilious though affectionate way. And at the sight of her now in her white satin and crystal evening gown, her slippered feet swinging so intimately near, a faint perfume radiating to his nostrils, he was stirred. In fact, his imagination in regard to her was really inflamed. Youth, beauty, wealth such as this, what would it not mean? And she, feeling the intensity of his admiration, and infected in part, at least, by the enchantment and fervor that was so definitely dominating him, was swayed to the point where she was seeing him as one for whom she could care, very much. Weren't his eyes bright and dark, very liquid and eager? And his hair! It looked so enticing, lying low upon his white forehead. She wished that she could touch it now, smooth it with her hands and touch his cheeks. And his hands, they were thin and sensible and graceful. Like Roberta and Hortense and Rita before her, she noticed them. But he was silent now with a tightly restrained silence, which he was afraid to liberate in words. For he was thinking, "Oh, if only I could say to her how beautiful I really think she is. If I could just put my arms around her and kiss her, and kiss her, and kiss her, and have her kiss me in the same way." And strangely, considering his first approaches toward Roberta, the thought was without lust, just the desire to constrain and fondle a perfect object. Indeed, his eyes fairly radiated this desire and intensity. And while she noted this, and was in part made dubious by it, since it was the thing in Clyde she most feared, still she was intrigued by it to the extent of wishing to know its further meaning. And so now she said teasingly, "Was there anything very important you wanted to say?" "I'd like to say a lot of things to you, Sandra, if you would only let me," he returned eagerly, "but you told me not to." "Oh, so I did. Well, I meant that too. I'm glad you mind so well." There was a provoking smile upon her lips, and she looked at him much as if to say, "But you don't really believe I meant all of that, did you?" Overcome by the suggestion in her eyes, Clyde got up, and taking both her hands in his, and looking directly into her eyes, said, "You didn't mean all of it then, did you, Sandra? Not all of it, anyhow. Oh, I wish I could tell you all that I'm thinking." His eyes spoke, and now sharply conscious again of how easy it was to inflame him, and yet anxious to permit him to proceed as he wished, she leaned back from him and said, "Oh yes, I'm sure I did. You take almost everything too seriously, don't you?" But at the same time, and in spite of herself, her expression relaxed, and she once more smiled. "I can't help it, Sandra. I can't! He began, eagerly and almost vehemently. "You don't know what effect you have on me. You're so beautiful. Oh, you are. You know you are. I think about you all the time. Really, I do, Sandra. You've made me just crazy about you, so much so that I can hardly sleep for thinking about you. Gee, I'm wild. I never go anywhere or see you any place but what I think of you all the time afterward. Even tonight when I saw you dancing with all those fellows, I could hardly stand it. I just wanted you to be dancing with me, no one else. You've got such beautiful eyes, Sandra, and such a lovely mouth and chin, and such a wonderful smile." He lifted his hands as though to caress her gently, yet holding them back, and at the same time dreamed into her eyes as might a devotee into those of a saint, then suddenly put his arms about her and drew her close to him. She, thrilled and in part seduced by his words, instead of resisting as definitely as she would have in any other case, now gazed at him, fascinated by his enthusiasms. She was so trapped and entranced by his passion for her that it seemed to her now as though she might care for him as much as he wished. Very, very much, if she only dared. He, too, was beautiful and alluring to her. He, too, was really wonderful, even if he were poor, so much more intense and dynamic than any of these other youths that she knew here. Would it not be wonderful if, her parents and her state permitting, she could share with him completely such a mood as this? Simultaneously the thought came to her that should her parents know of this, it might not be possible for her to continue this relationship in any form, let alone to develop it or enjoy it in the future. Yet regardless of this thought now, which arrested and stilled her for a moment, she continued to yearn toward him. Her eyes were warm and tender. Her lips wreathed with a gracious smile. "I'm sure I oughtn't to let you say all these things to me. I know I shouldn't," she protested weakly, yet looking at him affectionately. "It isn't the right thing to do, I know, but still." "Why not? Why isn't it right, Sandra? Why mayn't I when I care for you so much?" His eyes became clouded with sadness, and she, noting it, exclaimed, "Oh, well," and then paused. I... She was about to add, "Don't think they would ever let us go on with it," but instead she only replied, "I guess I don't know you well enough." "Oh, Sandra, when I love you so much and I'm so crazy about you, don't you care at all like I care for you?" Because of the uncertainty expressed by her, his eyes were now seeking, frightened, sad. The combination had an intense appeal for her. She merely looked at him dubiously, wondering what could be the result of such an infatuation as this. And he, noting the wavering something in her own eyes, pulled her closer and kissed her. Instead of resenting it, she lay for a moment willingly, joyously in his arms, then suddenly sat up, the thought of what she was permitting him to do, kiss her in this way, and what it must mean to him, causing her on the instant to recover all her poise. "I think you'd better go now," she said definitely, yet not unkindly. "Don't you?" And Clyde, who himself had been surprised and afterwards a little startled, and hence reduced by his own boldness, now pleaded rather weakly and yet submissively, "Angry?" And she, in turn sensing his submissiveness, that of the slave for the master, and in part liking, and in part resenting it, since like Roberta and Hortense, even she preferred to be mastered rather than to master, shook her head negatively and a little sadly. "It's very late," was all she said, and smiled tenderly. And Clyde, knowing that for some reason he must not say more, had not the courage or persistence or the background to go further with her now, went for his coat, and looking sadly but obediently back at her, departed. End of Book 2, Chapter 32. Section 52 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 33. One of the things that Roberta soon found was that her intuitive notions in regard to all this were not without speedy substantiation. For exactly as before, though with the usual insistence afterward that there was no real help for it, there continued to be these same last-moment changes of plans and unannounced absences. And although she complained at times, or pleaded, or merely contented herself with quite silent and not always obvious blues, still these same effected no real modification or improvement. For Clyde was now hopelessly enamored by Sandra, and of no means to be changed, or moved even, by anything in connection with Roberta. Sandra was too wonderful. At the same time, because she was there all of the working hours of each day, in the same room with him, he could not fail instinctively to feel some of the thoughts that employed her mind, such dark, sad, despairing thoughts, and these seized upon him at times as definitely and poignantly as though they were voices of accusation or complaint, so much so that he could not help but suggest by way of amelioration that he would like to see her, and that he was coming around that night if she were going to be home. And so distrait was she, and still so infatuated with him, that she could not resist admitting that she wanted him to come. And once there, the psychic personality of the past, as well as of the room itself, was not without its persuasion and hence emotional compulsion. But most foolishly anticipating, as he now did, a future more substantial than the general local circumstances warranted, he was more concerned than ever lest his present relationship to Roberta should in some way prove inimical to all this. Supposing that Sandra at some time, in some way, should find out concerning Roberta, how fatal that would be. Or that Roberta should become aware of his devotion to Sandra, and so develop an active resentment which should carry her to the length of denouncing or exposing him. For subsequent to the New Year's Eve engagement, he was all too frequently appearing at the factory of a morning with explanatory statements that because of some invitation from the Griffiths, Harriets, or others, he would not be able to keep an engagement with her that night, for instance, that he had made a day or two before. And later, on 3 different occasions, because Sandra had called for him in her car, he had departed without a word, trusting to what might come to him the next day in the way of an excuse to smooth the matter over. Yet anomalous, if not exactly unprecedented as it may seem, This condition of mingled sympathy and opposition gave rise at last to the feeling in him that, come what might, he must find some method of severing this tie, even though it lacerated Roberta to the point of death. Why should he care? He had never told her that he would marry her, or endangered his own position here in case she were not satisfied to release him as voicelessly as he wished. At other times it caused him to feel that indeed he was a sly and shameless and cruel person who had taken undue advantage of a girl who, left to herself, would never have troubled with him. And this latter mood, in spite of slights and lies and thinly excused neglects and absences at times in the face of the most definite agreements, so strange is the libido of the race, brought about the reenactment of the infernal or celestial command laid upon Adam and his breed, "Thy desire shall be to thy mate." But there was this to be said in connection with the relationship between these two, that at no time, owing to the inexperience of Clyde, as well as Roberta, had there been any adequate understanding or use of more than the simplest, and for the most part unsatisfactory, contraceptive devices. About the middle of February, and, interestingly enough, at about the time when Clyde, because of the continuing favor of Sandra, had about reached the point where he was determined once and for all to end, not only this physical, but all other connection with Roberta, she, on her part, was beginning to see clearly that, in spite of his temporizing and her own incurable infatuation for him, pursuit of him by her was futile, and that it would be more to the satisfaction of her pride, if not to the ease of her heart, if she were to leave here and in some other place seek some financial help that would permit her to live and still help her parents and forget him if she could. Unfortunately for this, she was compelled, to her dismay and terror, to enter the factory one morning, just about this time, her face a symbol of even graver and more terrifying doubts and fears than any that had hitherto assailed her. For now, in addition to her own troubled conclusions in regard to Clyde, there had sprung up overnight the dark and constraining fear that even this might not now be possible, for the present at least. For because of her own and Clyde's temporizing over his and her sentimentality, and her unconquerable affection for him, she now, at a time when it was most inimical for both, found herself pregnant. Ever since she had yielded to his blandishments, she had counted the days and had always been able to congratulate herself that all was well. But 48 hours since the always exactly calculated time had now passed, and there had been no sign. And for 4 days preceding this, Clyde had not even been near her, and his attitude at the factory was more remote and indifferent than ever. And now this! And she had no one but him to whom she might turn, and he was in this estranged and indifferent mood. Because of her fright, induced by the fear that with or without Clyde's aid she might not easily be extricated from her threatened predicament, she could see her home, her mother, her relatives, all who knew her, and their thoughts in case anything like this should befall her. For of the opinion of society in general, and what other people might say, Roberta stood in extreme terror. The stigma of unsanctioned concupiscence, the shame of illegitimacy for a child. It was bad enough, as she had always thought, listening to girls and women talk of life and marriage and adultery and the miseries that had befallen girls who had yielded to men and subsequently been deserted. For a woman, when she was safely married and sustained by the love and strength of a man, such love, for instance, as her brother-in-law Gable brought to her sister Agnes, and her father to her mother in the first years, no doubt, and Clyde to her when he had so feverishly declared that he loved her. But now! She could not permit any thoughts in regard to his recent or present attitude to delay her. Regardless of either, he must help her. She did not know what else to do under such circumstances, which way to turn. And no doubt Clyde did. At any rate, he had said once that he would stand by her in case anything happened. And although, because at first, even on the third day, on reaching the factory, she imagined that she might be exaggerating the danger, and that it was perhaps some physical flaw or lapse that might still overcome itself, still, by late afternoon, no evidence of any change coming to her, she began to be a prey to the most nameless terrors. What little courage she had mustered up to this time began to waver and break. She was all alone unless he came to her now, and she was in need of advice and good counsel. Loving counsel. Oh, Clyde, if he would only not be so indifferent to her. He must not be. Something must be done, and right away. Quick, else, great heavens, what a terrible thing this could easily come to be. At once she stopped her work between 4 and 5 in the afternoon and hurried to the dressing-room, and there she penned a note. Hurried, hysterical, a scrawl. Clyde, I must see you tonight. Sure. Sure. You mustn't fail me. I have something to tell you. Please come as soon after work as possible or meet me anywhere. I'm not angry or mad about anything, but I must see you tonight. Sure. Please say right away where. Roberta. And he, sensing a new and strange and quite terrified note in all this the moment he read it, at once looked over his shoulder at her, and seeing her face so white and drawn, signaled that he would meet her. For judging by her face, the thing she had to tell must be of the utmost importance to her, else why this tensity and excitement on her part? And although he had another engagement later, as he now troublesomely recalled, at the Starks for dinner, still it was necessary to do this first. Yet what was it anyhow? Was anybody dead or hurt or what? Her mother or father or brother or sister? At 5:30 he made his way to the appointed place, wondering what it could be that could make her so pale and concerned, yet at the same time saying to himself that if this other dream in regard to Sandra were to come true, he must not let himself be re-entangled by any great or moving sympathy, must maintain his new poise and distance so that Roberta could see that he no longer cared for her as he had. Reaching the appointed place at 6 o'clock, he found her leaning disconsolately against a tree in the shadow. She looked distraught, despondent. "Why, what's the matter, Bert? What are you so frightened about? What's happened?" Even his obviously dwindling affection was re-stimulated by her quite visible need of help. "Oh, Clyde," she said at last, "I hardly know how to tell you. It's so terrible for me if it's so." Her voice, tense and yet low, was in itself a clear proof of her anguish and uncertainty. "Why, what is it, Bert? Why don't you tell me?" he reiterated, briskly and yet cautiously, essaying an air of detached assurance which he could not quite manage in this instance. "What's wrong? What are you so excited about? You're all trembly." Because of the fact that never before in all his life had he been confronted by any such predicament as this, it did not even now occur to him just what the true difficulty could be. At the same time, being rather estranged and hence embarrassed by his recent treatment of her, he was puzzled as to just what attitude to assume in a situation where obviously something was wrong. Being sensitive to conventional or moral stimuli as he still was, he could not quite achieve a discreditable thing, even where his own highest ambitions were involved, without a measure of regret, or at least shame. Also, he was so anxious to keep his dinner engagement and did not to be further involved that his manner was impatient. It did not escape Roberta. "You know, Clyde," she pleaded, both earnestly and eagerly, the very difficulty of her state encouraging her to be bold and demanding. "You said if anything went wrong you'd help me." At once, because of those recent few, and, as he now saw them, foolish visits to her room, on which occasions, because of some remaining sentiment and desire on the part of both, he had been betrayed into sporadic and decidedly unwise physical relations with her, he now realized what the difficulty was, and that it was a severe, compelling, dangerous difficulty if it were true. Also that he was to blame and that here was a real predicament that must be overcome, and that quickly, unless a still greater danger was to be faced. Yet simultaneously, his very recent and yet decidedly compelling indifference dictating, he was almost ready now to assume that this might be little more than a ruse, or lovelorn device or bit of strategy intended to retain or re-enlist his interest in spite of himself, a thought which he was only in part ready to harbor. Her manner was too dejected and despairing, and with the first dim realization of how disastrous such a complication as this might prove to be in his case, he began to be somewhat more alarmed than irritated, so much so that he exclaimed, "Yes, but how do you know that there is anything wrong? You can't be sure so soon as all this, can you? How can you? You'll probably be all right tomorrow, won't you?" At the same time his voice was beginning to suggest the uncertainty that he felt. "Oh no, I don't think so, Clyde. I wish I did. It's 2 whole days and it's never been that way before." Her manner as she said this was so obviously dejected and self-commiserating that at once he was compelled to dismiss the thought of intrigue. At the same time, unwilling to face so discouraging a fact so soon, he added, "Oh, well, that might not mean anything either. Girls go longer than 2 days, don't they?" The tone, implying as it did uncertainty and non-sophistication even, which previously had not appeared characteristic of him, was sufficient enough to alarm Roberta to the point where she exclaimed, "Oh no, I don't think so. Anyhow, it would be terrible, wouldn't it, if something were wrong? What do you suppose I ought to do? Don't you know something I can take?" At once, Clyde, who had been so brisk and urgent in establishing this relationship, and had given Roberta the impression that he was a sophisticated and masterful youth, who knew much more of life than ever she could hope to know, and to whom all such dangers and difficulties as were implied in the relationship could be left with impunity, was at a loss what to do. Actually, as he himself now realized, he was as sparingly informed in regard to the mysteries of sex and the possible complications attending upon such a situation as any youth of his years could well be. True, before coming here, he had browsed about Kansas City and Chicago with such worldly-wise mentors of the hotel bellboy world as Ratterer, Higby, Hegland, and others, and had listened to much of their gossiping and boasting. But their knowledge, for all their boasting, as he now half guessed, must have related to girls who were as careless and uninformed as themselves. And beyond those again, although he was by no means so clearly aware of that fact now, lay little more than those rumored specifics and preventatives of such quack doctors and shady druggists and chemists as dealt with intelligences of the Hegland and Ratterer order. But even so, where were such things to be obtained in a small city like Lycurgus? Since dropping Dillard, he had no intimates, let alone trustworthy friends who could be depended on to help in such a crisis. The best he could think of for the moment was to visit some local or nearby druggist, who might, for a price, provide him with some worthwhile prescription or information. But for how much? And what were the dangers in connection with such a proceeding? Did they talk? Did they ask questions? Did they tell anyone else about such inquiries or needs? He looked so much like Gilbert Griffiths, who was so well known in Lycurgus, that anyone recognizing him as Gilbert might begin to talk of him in that way, and so bring about trouble. And this terrible situation arising now, when in connection with Sandra things had advanced to the point where she was now secretly permitting him to kiss her, and, more pleasing still, exhibiting little evidences of her affection and goodwill in the form of presents, of ties, a gold pencil, a box of most attractive handkerchiefs, all delivered to his door in the absence, with a little card with her initials, which had caused him to feel sure that his future in connection with her was of greater and greater promise. So much so that even marriage, assuming that her family might not prove too inimical, and that her infatuation and diplomacy endured, might not be beyond the bounds of possibility. He could not be sure, of course. Her true intentions and affection, so far, were veiled behind a tantalizing evasiveness, which made her all the more desirable. Yet it was these things that had been causing him to feel that he must now, and speedily, extract himself as gracefully and unirritatingly as possible from his intimacy with Roberta. For that reason, therefore, he now announced with pretended assurance, "Well, I wouldn't worry about it any more tonight if I were you. You may be all right yet, you know. You can't be sure. Anyhow, I'll have a little time, and I can see what I can do. I think I can get something for you, but I wish you wouldn't get so excited." At the same time, he was far from feeling as secure as he sounded. In fact, he was very much shaken. His original determination to have as little to do with her as possible was now complicated by the fact that he was confronted by a predicament that spelled real danger to himself, unless by some argument or assertion he could absolve himself of any responsibility in connection with this. A possibility which, in view of the fact that Roberta still worked for him, that he had written her some notes, and that any last word from her would precipitate an inquiry which would prove fatal to him, was sufficient to cause him to feel that he must assist her, speedily, and without a breath of information as to all this leaking out in any direction. At the same time, it is only fair to say that because of all that had been between them, he did not object to assisting her in any way that he could. But in the event that he could not, it was so that his thoughts raced forward to an entirely possible inimical conclusion to all this. Well then, might it not be possible, at least, some fellows, if not himself, would, to deny that he had held any such relationship with her, and so escape? That possibly might be one way out. If only he were not as treacherously surrounded as he was here. But the most troublesome thing in connection with all this was the thought that he knew of nothing that would really avail in such a case, other than a doctor. Also, that probably meant money, time, danger. Just what did it mean? He would see her in the morning, and if she weren't all right by then, he would act. And Roberta, for the first time forsaken in this rather casual and indifferent way, and in such a crisis as this, returned to her room with her thoughts and fears, more stricken and agonized than ever before she had been in her life. End of Book 2, Chapter 33. Section 53 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 34. But the resources of Clyde, in such a situation as this, were slim, for, apart from Liggett, Wigham, and a few minor, though decidedly pleasant, and yet rather remote department heads, all of whom are now looking on him as a distinctly superior person who could scarcely be approached too familiarly in connection with anything, there was no one to whom he could appeal. In so far as the social group to which he was now so eagerly attaching himself was concerned, it would have been absurd for him to attempt, however slyly, to extract any information there. For while the youths of this world, at least, were dashing here and there, and because of their looks, taste, and means, indulging themselves in such phases of libertinism, the proper wild oats of youth, such as he and others like himself could not have dreamed of affording, still so far was he from any real intimacy with any of these, that he would not have dreamed of approaching them for helpful information. His sanest thought, which occurred to him almost immediately after leaving Roberta, was that instead of inquiring of any druggist or doctor or person like Hergus, more particularly any doctor, since the entire medical profession here, as elsewhere, appeared to him as remote, cold, unsympathetic, and likely very expensive and unfriendly to such an immoral adventure as this, was to go to some nearby city, preferably Schenectady, because it was larger and as near as any, and there inquire what, if anything, could be obtained to help in such a situation as this, for he must find something. At the same time, the necessity for decision and prompt action was so great that even on his way to the Starks, and without knowing any drug or prescription to ask for, he resolved to go to Schenectady the next night. Only that meant, as he later reasoned, that a whole day must elapse before anything could be done for Roberta, and that, in her eyes, as well as his own, would be leaving her open to the danger that any delay at all involved. Therefore, he decided to act at once, if he could, excuse himself to the Starks, and then make the trip over to Schenectady on the interurban before the drug stores over there should close. But once there, what? How face the local druggist or clerk, and ask for what? His mind was troubled with hard, abrasive thoughts as to what the druggist might think, look, or say. If only Ratterer or Hegland were here. They would know, of course, and be glad to help him. Or Higby, even. But here he was now, all alone, for Roberta knew nothing at all. There must be something, though, of course. If not, if he failed there, he would return and write Ratterer in Chicago. Only in order to keep himself out of this as much as possible, he would say that he was writing for a friend. Once in Schenectady, since no one knew him there, of course he might say, the thought came to him as an inspiration, that he was a newly married man. Why not? He was old enough to be one, and that his wife, and that in the face of inability to care for a child now, was past her time, he recalled a phrase that he had once heard Higby use, and that he wanted something that would permit her to escape from that state. What was so wrong with that as an idea? A young married couple might be in just such a predicament, and possibly the druggist would or should be stirred to a little sympathy by such a state, and might be glad to tell him of something. Why not? That would be no real crime. To be sure, one and another might refuse, but a third might not, and then he would be rid of this. And then, never again, without knowing a lot more than he did now, would he let himself drift into any such predicament as this. Never. It was too dreadful. He betook himself to the Stark house, very nervous, and growing more so at every moment. So much so that, the dinner being eaten, he finally declared as early as 9:30 that at the last moment at the factory, a very troublesome report, covering a whole month's activities, had been requested of him, and since it was not anything he could do at the office, he was compelled to return to his room and make it out there. A bit of energetic and ambitious commercialism, as the Starks saw it, worthy of their admiration and sympathy, and in consequence he was excused. But arrived at last at Schenectady, he had barely time to look around a little before the last car for Lycurgus should be leaving. His nerve began to fail him. Did he look enough like a young married man to convince anyone that he was one? Besides, were not such preventives considered very wrong, even by druggists? Walking up and down the one very long main street, still brightly lighted at this hour, looking now in one drug-store window and another, he decided for different reasons that each particular one was not the one. In one, as he saw at a glance, stood a stout, sober, smooth-shaven man of 50, whose bespectacled eyes and iron-gray hair seemed to indicate to Clyde's mind that he would be most certain to deny such a youthful applicant as himself, refuse to believe that he was married, or to admit that he had any such remedy, and suspect him of illicit relations with some young unmarried girl into the bargain. He looked so sober, God-fearing, ultra-respectable, and conventional. No, it would not do to apply to him. He had not the courage to enter and face such a person. In another drugstore he observed a small, shriveled, and yet dapper and shrewd-looking man of perhaps 35, who appeared to him at the time to be satisfactory enough, only, as he could see from the front, he was being briskly assisted by a young woman of not more than 20 or 25. And assuming that she would approach him instead of the man, an embarrassing and impossible situation, or if the man waited on him, was it not probable that she would hear? In consequence, he gave up that place, and a third, a fourth, and a fifth, for varying and equally cogent reasons. Customers inside, a girl and a boy at a soda fountain in front, an owner posed near the door and surveying Clyde as he looked in, and thus disconcerting him before he had time to consider whether he should enter or not. Finally, however, after having abandoned so many, he decided that he must act or return defeated, his time and car fare wasted. Returning to one of the lesser stores in a side street, in which a moment before he had observed an undersized chemist idling about, he entered, and summoning all the bravado he could muster, began, "I want to know something. I want to know if you know of anything— well, you see, it's this way. I'm just married, and my wife is past her time, and I can't afford to have any children now if I can help it. Is there anything a person can get that will get her out of it?" His manner was brisk and confidential enough, though tinged with nervousness and the inner conviction that the druggist must guess that he was lying. At the same time, although he did not know it, he was talking to a confirmed religionist of the Methodist group who did not believe in interfering with the motives and impulses of nature. Any such trifling was against the laws of God, and he carried nothing in stock that would in any way interfere with the ways of the Creator. At the same time, he was too good a merchant to wish to alienate a possible future customer, and so now he said, "I'm sorry, young man, but I'm afraid I can't help you in this case. I haven't a thing of that kind in stock here. Never handle anything of that kind because I don't believe in 'em. It may be, though, that some of the other stores here in town carry something of the sort. I wouldn't be able to tell you." His manner as he spoke was solemn, the convinced and earnest tone and look of the moralist who knows that he is right. And at once Clyde gathered, and fairly enough in this instance, that this man was reproachful. It reduced to a much smaller quantity the little confidence with which he had begun his quest. And yet, since the dealer had not directly reproached him, and had even said that it might be possible that some of the other druggists carried such a thing, he took heart after a few moments, and after a brief fit of pacing here and there, in which he looked through one window and another, he finally espied a seventh dealer alone. He entered, and after repeating his first explanation, he was informed, very secretively and yet casually, by the thin, dark, casuistic person who waited on him, not the owner in this instance, that there was such a remedy. Yes. Did he wish a box? That, because Clyde asked the price, would be $6, a staggering sum to the salaried inquirer. However, since the expenditure seemed unescapable, to find anything at all was a great relief, he at once announced that he would take it, and the clerk, bringing him something which he hinted ought to prove effectual, and wrapping it up, he paid and went out. And then actually so relieved was he, so great had been the strain up to this moment that he could have danced for joy. Then there was a cure, and it would work, of course. The excessive and even outrageous price seemed to indicate as much. And under the circumstances, might he not even consider that sum moderate, seeing as he was being let off so easily? However, he forgot to inquire as to whether there was any additional information or special directions that might prove valuable, and instead, with the package in his pocket, some central and detached portion of the ego within himself congratulating him upon his luck and undaunted efficiency in a crisis such as this, he at once returned to Lycurgus, where he proceeded to Roberta's room. And she, like himself, impressed by his success in having secured something which both he and she had feared did not exist, or if it did might prove difficult to procure, felt enormously relieved. In fact, she was re-impressed by his ability and efficiency, qualities with which, up to this time at least, she had endowed him, and also that he was more generous and considerate than under the circumstances she feared he would be. At least he was not coldly abandoning her to her fate, as previously in her terror she had imagined that he might. And this fact, even in the face of his previous indifference, was sufficient to soften her mood in regard to him. So with a kind of ebullience, based on fattened hope resting on the pills, she undid the package and read the directions, assuring him the while of her gratitude, and that she would not forget how good he had been to her in this instance. At the same time, even as she untied the package, the thought came to her, supposing they would not work, then what? And how would she go about arranging with Clyde as to that? However, for the time being, as she now reasoned, she must be satisfied and grateful for this, and at once took one of the pills. But once her expressions of gratefulness had been offered, and Clyde sensed that these same might possibly be looked upon as overtures to a new intimacy between them, he fell back upon the attitude that for days past had characterized him at the factory. Under no circumstances must he lend himself to any additional blandishments or languishments in this field. And if this drug proved effectual, as he most earnestly hoped, it must be the last of any save the most accidental and casual contacts. For there was too much danger, as this particular crisis had proved, too much to be lost on his side, everything, in short, nothing but worry and trouble and expense. In consequence, he retreated to his former reserve. Well, you'll be all right now, eh? Anyhow, let's hope so, huh? It says to take one every 2 hours for 8 or 10 hours. And if you're just a little sick, it says it doesn't make any difference. You might have to knock off a day or two at the factory, but you won't mind that, will you, if it gets you out of this? I'll come around tomorrow night and see how you are if you don't show up any time tomorrow. He laughed genially, the while Roberta gazed at him, unable to associate his present casual attitude with his former passion and deep solicitude. His former passion, and now this! And yet, under the circumstances, being truly grateful, she now smiled cordially, and he the same. Yet, seeing him go out, the door close, and no endearing demonstrations of any kind having been exchanged between them, she returned to her bed, shaking her head dubiously. For, supposing that this remedy did not work after all, and he continued in the same casual and remote attitude toward her, then what? For unless this remedy proved effectual, he might still be so indifferent that he might not want to help her long. Or would he? Could he do that, really? He was the one who had brought her to this difficulty, and against her will, and he had so definitely assured her that nothing would happen. And now she must lie here alone and worry, not a single person to turn to, except him, and he was leaving her for others with the assurance that she would be all right. And he had caused it all! Was that quite right? Oh, Clyde. Clyde! End of Book 2, Chapter 34. Section 54 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 35. But the remedy he purchased failed to work, and because of nausea and his advice, she had not gone to the factory, but lay about worrying. But no saving result appearing, she began to take 2 pills every hour instead of 1, eager at any cost to escape the fate which had seemingly overtaken her. And this made her exceedingly sick, so much so that when Clyde arrived at 6:30, he was really moved by her deathly white face, drawn cheeks, and large and nervous eyes, the pupils of which were unduly dilated. Obviously, she was facing a crisis, and because of him, and while it frightened, at the same time it made him sorry for her. Still, so confused and perplexed was he by the problem which her unchanged state presented to him, that his mind now leaped forward to the various phases and eventualities of such a failure as this, the need of additional advice or service of some physician somewhere. But where and how and who? And besides, as he now asked himself, where was he to obtain the money in any such event? Plainly, in view of no other inspiration, it was necessary for him to return to the druggist at once, and there inquire if there was anything else, some other drug or some other thing that one might do. Or, if not that, then some low-priced, shady doctor somewhere, who, for a small fee, or a promise of payments on time, would help in this case. Yet even though this other matter was so important, tragic almost, once outside his spirits lifted slightly, for he now recalled that he had an appointment with Sandra at the Cranstons, where at 9 he and she, along with a number of others, were to meet and play about as usual, a party. Yet once at the Cranstons, and despite the keen allurement of Sandra, he could not keep his mind off Roberta's state, which rose before him as a spectre. Supposing now any one of those whom he found gathered here, Nadine Harriet, Pearlie Haynes, Violet Taylor, Jill Trumbull, Bella, Bertine, and Sandra, should gain the least inkling of the scene he had just witnessed. In spite of Sandra at the piano throwing him a welcoming smile over her shoulder as he entered, his thoughts were on Roberta. He must go around there again after this was over, to see how she was, and so relieve his own mind in case she were better. In case she was not, he must write to Ratterer at once for advice. In spite of his distress, he was trying to appear as gay and unconcerned as ever, dancing first with Pearlie Haynes, and then with Nadine, and finally, while waiting for a chance to dance with Sandra, he approached a group who were trying to help Vanda Steele solve a new scenery puzzle, and asserted that he could read messages written on paper and sealed in envelopes, the old serial letter trick which he had found explained in an ancient book of parlor tricks discovered on a shelf at the Peytons. It had been his plan to use it before in order to give himself an air of ease and cleverness, but tonight he was using it to take his mind off the greater problem that was weighing on him. And, although with the aid of Nadine Harriet, whom he took into his confidence, he succeeded in thoroughly mystifying the others, still his mind was not quite on it. Roberta was always there. Supposing something should really be wrong with her and he could not get her out of it. She might even expect him to marry her, so fearful was she of her parents and people. What would he do then? He would lose the beautiful Sandra, and she might even come to know how and why he had lost her. But that would be wild of Roberta to expect him to do that. He would not do it. He could not do it. One thing was certain. He must get her out of this. He must. But how? How? And although at 12 o'clock Sandra signaled that she was ready to go, and that if he chose he might accompany her to her door, and even stop in for a few moments, and although once there, in the shade of a pergola which ornamented the front gate, she had allowed him to kiss her, and told him that she was beginning to think he was the nicest ever, and that the following spring when the family moved to 12th Lake, she was going to see if she couldn't think of some way by which she could arrange to have him there over weekends, still, because of this pressing problem in connection with Roberta, Clyde was so worried that he was not able to completely enjoy this new, and to him exquisitely thrilling demonstration of affection on her part, this new and amazing social and emotional victory of his. He must send that letter to Raderer tonight, but before that he must return to Roberta as he had promised and find out if she was better. And after that he must go over to Schenectady in the morning, sure, to see about the druggist over there. For something must be done about this, unless she were better tonight. And so, with Sandra's kisses thrilling on his lips, he left her to go to Roberta, whose white face and troubled eyes told him as he entered her room that no change had taken place. If anything, she was worse and more distressed than before, the larger dosage having weakened her to the point of positive illness. However, as she said, nothing mattered if only she could get out of this, that she would almost be willing to die rather than face the consequences. And Clyde, realizing what she meant and being so sincerely concerned for himself, appeared in part distressed for her. However, his previous indifference and the manner in which he had walked off and left her alone this very evening prevented her from feeling that there was any abiding concern in him for her now, and this grieved her terribly. For she sensed now that he did not really care for her any more, even though he was saying that she mustn't worry, and that it was likely that if these didn't work he would go get something else that would, that he was going back to the druggist at Schenectady the first thing in the morning to see if there wasn't something else that he could suggest. But the Gilpins had no telephone, and since he never ventured to call at her room during the day, and he never permitted her to call him at Mrs. Peyton's, his plan in this instance was to pass by the following morning before work. If she were all right, the two front shades would be raised to the top. If not, then lowered to the center. In that case he would depart for Schenectady at once, telephoning Mr. Liggett that he had had some outside duties to perform. Just the same, both were terribly depressed and fearful as to what this should mean for each of them. Clyde could not quite assure himself that, in the event that Roberta was not extricated, he would be able to escape without indemnifying her in some form, which might not mean just temporary efforts to aid her, but something more. Marriage, possibly, since already she had reminded him that he had promised to see her through. But what had he really meant by that at the time that he had said it, he now asked himself. Not marriage, most certainly, since his thought was not that he had ever wanted to marry her, but rather just to play with her happily in love, although, as he well knew, she had no such conception of his eager mood at that time. He was compelled to admit to himself that she had probably thought his intentions were more serious, or she would not have submitted to him at all. But reaching home, and after writing and mailing the letter to Raderer, Clyde passed a troubled night. Next morning he paid a visit to the druggist at Schenectady, the curtains of Roberta's windows having been lowered to the center when he passed. But on this occasion the latter had no additional aid to offer, other than the advisability of a hot and hence weakening bath, which she had failed to mention in the first instance, also some wearying form of physical exercise. But noting Clyde's troubled expression, and judging that the situation was causing him great worry, he observed, "Of course, the fact that your wife has skipped a month doesn't mean that there is anything seriously wrong, you know. Women do that sometimes. Anyhow, you can't ever be sure until the second month has passed. Any doctor will tell you that. If she's nervous, let her try something like this. But even if it fails to work, you can't be positive. She might be all right next month, just the same. Thinly cheered by this information, Clyde was about to depart, for Roberta might be wrong. He and she might be worrying needlessly. Still, he was brought up with a round turn as he thought of it. There might be real danger, and waiting until the end of the second period would only mean that a whole month had elapsed, and nothing helpful accomplished. A freezing thought. In consequence, he now observed, in case things don't come right, you don't happen to know of a doctor she could go to, do you? This is a rather serious business for both of us, and I'd like to get her out of it if I could. Something about the way in which Clyde said this, his extreme nervousness as well as his willingness to indulge in a form of malpractice, which the pharmacist, by some logic all his own, considered very different from just swallowing a preparation intended to achieve the same result, caused him to look suspiciously at Clyde, the thought stirring in his brain that very likely after all Clyde was not married, also that this was one of those youthful affairs which spelled license and future difficulty for some unsophisticated girl. Hence his mood now changed, and instead of being willing to assist, he now said coolly, well, there may be a doctor around here, but if so, I don't know. And I wouldn't undertake to send anyone to a doctor like that. It's against the law. It would certainly go hard with any doctor around here who was caught doing that sort of thing. That's not to say, though, that you aren't at liberty to look around for yourself, if you want to, he added gravely, giving Clyde a suspicious and examining glance, and deciding it were best if he had nothing further to do with such a person. Clyde therefore returned to Roberta with the same prescription renewed, although she had most decidedly protested that, since the first box had not worked, it was useless to get more. But since he insisted, she was willing to try the drug the new way, although the argument that a cold or nerves was the possible cause was only sufficient to convince her that Clyde was at the end of his resources, in so far as she was concerned, or if not that, he was far from being alive to the import of this, both to herself and to him. And supposing this new treatment did not work, then what? Was he going to stop now and let the thing rest there? Yet so peculiar was Clyde's nature that in the face of his fears in regard to his future, and because it was far from pleasant to be harried in this way, and an infringement on his other interests, the assurance that the delay of a month might not prove fatal was sufficient to cause him to be willing to wait, and that rather indifferently, for that length of time. Roberta might be wrong. She might be making all this trouble for nothing. He must see how she felt after she had tried the new way. But the treatment failed. Despite the fact that in her distress, Roberta returned to the factory in order to weary herself, until all the girls in the department assured her that she must be ill, that she should not be working when she looked and plainly felt so bad, still nothing came of it. And the fact that Clyde could dream of falling back on the assurance of the druggist that a first month's lapse was of no import only aggravated and frightened her the more. The truth was that in this crisis he was as interesting an illusion of the enormous handicaps imposed by ignorance, youth, poverty, and fear as one could have found. Technically, he did not even know the meaning of the word midwife, or the nature of the services performed by her, and there were 3 here in Lycurgus at this time in the foreign family section. Again, he had been in Lycurgus so short a time, and apart from the young society men and Dillard, whom he had cut, and the various department heads at the factory, he knew no one, an occasional barber, haberdasher, cigar dealer, and the like, the majority of whom, as he saw them, were either too dull or too ignorant for his purpose. One thing, however, which caused him to pause before ever he decided to look up a physician, was the problem of who was to approach him and how. To go himself was simply out of the question. In the first place, he looked too much like Gilbert Griffiths, who was decidedly too well known here, and for whom he might be mistaken. Next, it was unquestionable that, being as well dressed as he was, the physician would want to charge him more, maybe, than he could afford, and ask him all sorts of embarrassing questions, whereas if it could be arranged through someone else, the details explained before ever Roberta was sent. Why not Roberta herself? Why not? She looked so simple and innocent and unassuming and appealing at all times, and in such a situation as this, as depressed and downcast as she was, well, for after all, as he now casuistically argued with himself, it was she and not he who was facing the immediate problem which had to be solved. And again, as it now came to him, would she not be able to get it done cheaper? For looking as she did now, so distrait, if only he could get her to say that she had been deserted by some young man, whose name she would refuse to divulge, of course. Well, what physician, seeing a girl like her alone, and in such a state, no one looked to look after her, would refuse her? It might even be that he would help her out for nothing. Who could tell? And that would leave him clear of it all. And in consequence, he now approached Roberta, intending to prepare her for the suggestion that, assuming he could provide a physician, and the nature of his position being what it was, she must speak for herself. But before he had spoken, she at once inquired of him as to what, if anything, more, he had heard or done. Wasn't some other remedy sold somewhere? And this giving him the opportunity he desired, he explained, "Well, I've asked around and looked into most of the drug stores, and they tell me if this one won't work, that none will. That leaves me sort of stumped now, unless you're willing to go and see a doctor. But the trouble with that is they're hard to find, the ones who will do anything and keep their mouths shut. I've talked with several fellows without saying who it's for, of course, but it ain't so easy to get one around here because they're all too much afraid. It's against the law, you see. But what I want to know now is, supposing I find a doctor who would do it, will you have the nerve to go and tell him what the trouble is? That's what I want to know." She looked at him dazedly, not quite grasping that he was hinting that she was to go entirely alone, but rather assuming that of course he meant to go with her. Then, her mind concentrating nervously upon the necessity of facing a doctor in his company, she first exclaimed, "Oh dear, isn't it terrible to think of us having to go to a doctor in this way? Then he'll know all about us, won't he? And besides, it's dangerous, isn't it? Although I don't suppose it could be much worse than those old pills." She went off into more intimate inquiries as to what was done and how, but Clyde could not enlighten her. "Oh, don't be getting nervous over that now," he said. "It isn't anything that's going to hurt you, I know. Besides, we'll be lucky if we'll find someone to do it. What I want to know is, if I do find a doctor, will you be willing to go to him alone?" She started as if struck, but unabashed now, he went on. "As things stands with me here, I can't go with you, that's for sure. I'm too well known around here, and besides, I look too much like Gilbert, and he's known to everybody. If I should be mistaken for him, or be taken for his cousin or relative, well, then the jig's up." His eyes were not only an epitome of how wretched he would feel were he exposed to all Lycurgus for what he was, but also in them lurked a shadow of the shabby role he was attempting to play in connection with her, in hiding thus completely behind her necessity. And yet so tortured was he by the fear of what was about to befall him in case he did not succeed in so doing, that he was now prepared, whatever Roberta might think or say, to stand his ground. But Roberta, sensing only the fact that he was thinking of sending her alone, now exclaimed incredulously, "Not alone, Clyde! Oh no, I couldn't do that. Oh dear, no! Why, I'd be frightened to death! Oh dear, no! Why, I'd be so frightened I wouldn't know what to do. Just think how I'd feel trying to explain to him alone. I just couldn't do that. Besides, how would I know what to say? How to begin? You'll just have to go with me at first, that's all, and explain, or I never can go. I don't care what happens." Her eyes were round and excited, and her face, while registering all the depression and fear that had recently been there, was transfigured by definite opposition. But Clyde was not to be shaken either. "You know how it is with me here, Bert. I can't go, and that's all there is to it. Why, supposing I were seen, supposing someone should recognize me, what then? You know how much I've been going around here since I've been here. Why, it's crazy to think that I could go. Besides, it will be a lot easier for you than for me. No doctor's going to think anything much of your coming to him, especially if you're alone. He'll just think you're someone who's got in trouble with no one to help you. But if I go, and it should be anyone who knows anything about the Griffiths, there'd be deuce to pay. Right off, he'd think I was stuffed with money. Besides, if I didn't do just what he wanted me to do afterwards, he could go to my uncle or my cousin, and then good night. That would be the end of me. And if I lost my place here now, and with no money, and that kind of a scandal connected with me, where do you suppose I would be after that? Or you either. I certainly couldn't look after you then. And then what would you do? I should think you'd wake up and see what a tough proposition this is. My name can't be pulled into this without trouble for both of us. It's got to be kept out, that's all. And the only way for me to do it is for me to stay away from any doctor. Besides, he'd feel a lot sorrier for you than he would for me. You can't tell me." His eyes were distressed and determined, and, as Roberta could gather from his manner, a certain hardness, or at least defiance, the result of fright, showed in every gesture. He was determined to protect his own name, come what might, a fact which, because of her own acquiescence up to this time, still carried great weight with her. "Oh dear, dear, she exclaimed, nervously and sadly now, the growing and drastic terror of the situation dawning upon her. "I don't see how we are to do then. I really don't. For I can't do that, and that's all there is to it. It's all so hard, so terrible, but I'd feel too much ashamed and frightened to ever go alone." But even as she said this, she began to feel that she might, and even would, go alone, if need be. For what else was there to do? And how was she to compel him, in the face of his own fears and dangers, to jeopardize his position here? He began once more, in self-defense more than from any other motive. "Besides, unless this thing isn't going to cost very much, I don't see how I'm going to get by with it anyhow, Bert. I really don't. I don't make so very much, you know. Only $25 up to now." Necessity was at last compelling him to speak frankly with Roberta. "And I haven't saved anything, not a cent, and you know why as well as I do. We spent most of it together. Besides, if I go and he thought I had money, he might want to charge me more than I could possibly dig up. But if you go and just tell him how things are, and that you haven't got anything, if you'd only say I'd run away or something, see?" He paused, because as he said it, he saw a flicker of shame, contempt, and despair at being connected with anything so cheap and shabby pass over Roberta's face. And yet in spite of this sly and yet muddy tergiversation on his part, so great is the compelling and enlightening power of necessity, she could still see that there was some point to his argument. He might be trying to use her as a foil, a mask, behind which he, and she too for that matter, was attempting to hide. But just the same, shameful as it was, here were the stark, bald headlands of fact, and at their base the thrashing, destroying waves of necessity. She heard him say, "You wouldn't have to give your right name, you know, or where you came from. I don't intend to pick out any doctor right around here, you see. Then, if you'd tell him you didn't have much money, just your weekly salary." She sat down weakly to think, while this persuasive trickery proceeded from him, the import of most of his argument going straight home. For as false and morally meretricious as this whole plan was, still, she could see for herself, her own as well as Clyde's situation was desperate, and as honest and punctilious as she might ordinarily be in the matter of truth-telling and honest dealing, plainly this was one of those whirling tempests of fact and reality in which the ordinary charts and compasses of moral measurement were, for the time being, of small use. And so, insisting then that they go to some doctor far away, Utica or Albany maybe, but still admitting by this that she would go, the conversation was dropped. And he, having triumphed in the matter of accepting his own personality from this, took heart to the extent, at least, of thinking that at once now, by some hook or crook, he must find a doctor to whom he could send her. Then his terrible troubles in connection with this would be over. And after that she would go her way, as surely she must. Then, seeing that he would have done all that he could for her, he would go to his glorious denouement that lay directly before him, in case only this were adjusted. End of Book 2, Chapter 35. Section 55 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 36. Nevertheless, hours and even days, and finally a week, and then 10 days, passed without any word from him as to the whereabouts of a doctor to whom she could go, for although, having said so much to her, he still did not know to whom to apply, and each hour and day as great a menace to him as to her, and her looks as well as her inquiries registering how intense and vital and even clamorous at moments was her own distress. Also, he was harried almost to the point of nervous collapse by his own inability to think of any speedy and sure way by which she might be aided. Where did a physician live to whom he might send her with some assurance of relief for her, and how was he to find out about him? After a time, however, in running over all the names of those he knew, he finally struck upon a forlorn hope in the guise of Orrin Short, the young man conducting the one small gents' furnishing store in Lycurgus, which catered more or less exclusively to the rich youths of the city, a youth of about his own years and proclivities, as Clyde had guessed, who ever since he had been here had been useful to him in the matter of tips as to dress and style in general. Indeed, as Clyde had for some time noted, Short was a brisk, inquiring, and tactful person, who, in addition to being quite attractive personally to girls, was also always most courteous to his patrons, particularly to those whom he considered above him in the social scale, and among these was Clyde. For having discovered that Clyde was related to the Griffiths, this same Short had sought, as a means for his own general advancement in other directions, to scrape as much of a genial and intimate relationship with him as possible, only, as Clyde saw it, and in view of the general attitude of his very high relatives, it had not, up to this time at least, been possible for him to consider any such intimacy seriously. And yet, finding Short so very affable and helpful in general, he was not above reaching at least an easy and genial surface relationship with him, which Short appeared to accept in good part. Indeed, as at first, his manner remained seeking and not a little sycophantic at times. And so it was that among all those with whom he could be said to be in either intimate or casual contact, Short was about the only one who offered even a chance for an inquiry which might prove productive of some helpful information. In consequence, in passing Short's place each evening and morning, once he thought of him in this light, he made it a point to nod and smile in a most friendly manner until at least 3 days had gone by. And then, feeling that he had paved the way as much as his present predicament would permit, he stopped in, not at all sure that on this first occasion he would be able to broach the dangerous subject. The tale he had fixed upon to tell Short was that he had been approached by a young working man in the factory, newly married, who, threatened with an heir and not being able to afford one as yet, had appealed to him for information as to where he might now find a doctor to help him. The only interesting additions which Clyde proposed to make to this were that the young man, being very poor and timid and not so very intelligent, was not able to speak or do much for himself. Also, that he, Clyde, being better informed, although so new locally as to not be able to direct him to any kind of physician, an afterthought intended to put the idea into Short's mind that he himself was never helpless, and thus not likely to want such advice for himself, had already advised the young man of a temporary remedy. But unfortunately, so his story was to run, this had already failed to work. Hence something more certain, a physician no less, was necessary. And Short, having been here longer, and, as he had heard him explain, hailing previously from Gloversville, it was quite certain, as Clyde now argued with himself, that he would know of at least one, or should. But in order to divert suspicion from himself, he was going to add that of course he probably could get news of someone in his own set, only the situation being so unusual, any reference to any such thing in his own world being likely to set his own group talking, he preferred to ask someone like Short, who as a favor would keep it quiet. As it chanced on this occasion, Short himself, owing to his having done a very fair day's business, was in an exceedingly jovial frame of mind, and Clyde having entered to buy a pair of socks, perhaps, he began, "Well, it's good to see you again, Mr. Griffiths. How are you? I was just thinking it's about time you stopped in and let me show you some of the things I got in since you were here before. How are things with the Griffiths company, anyhow?" Short's manner, always brisk, was on this occasion doubly reassuring, since he liked Clyde, only now the latter was so intensely keyed up by the daring of his own project that he could scarcely bring himself to carry the thing off with the air he would have liked to have employed. Nevertheless, being in the store, and so seemingly committed to the project, he now began, "Oh, pretty fair. Can kick a bit. I always have all I can do, you know." At the same time, he began nervously fingering some ties hung upon movable nickeled rods. But before he had wasted a moment on these, Mr. Short, turning and spreading some boxes of very special ties from a shelf behind him on the glass case, remarked, "Never mind looking at those, Mr. Griffiths. Look at these. These are just what I want to show you, and they won't cost you any more. Just got 'em in from New York this morning." He picked up several bundles of 6 each, the very latest, as he explained. "See anything else like this anywhere around here yet? I'll say you haven't." He eyed Clyde smilingly, the while he wished sincerely that such a young man, so well connected, yet not rich like the others, would be friends with him. It would place him here. Clyde, fingering the offerings and guessing that what Short was saying was true, was now so troubled and confused in his own mind that he could scarcely think and speak as planned. "Very nice, sure," he said, turning them over, feeling that at another time he would have been pleased to possess at least 2. "I think maybe I'll take this one anyhow, and this one too." He drew out 2 and held them up, while he was thinking how to broach the so much more important matter that had brought him here. For why should he be troubling to buy ties, dilly-dallying in this way, when all he wanted to ask Short about was this other matter? Yet how hard was it now? How very hard! And yet he really must, although perhaps not so abruptly. He would look around a little more at first in order to allay suspicion, ask about some socks. Only why should he be doing that, since he did not need anything, Sandra only recently having presented him with a dozen handkerchiefs, some collars, ties, and socks. Nevertheless, every time he decided to speak, he felt a sort of sinking sensation at the pit of his stomach, a fear that he could not or would not carry the thing off with the necessary ease and conviction. It was also questionable and treacherous, so likely to lead to exposure and disgrace in some way. He would probably not be able to bring himself to speak to Short tonight. And yet, as he argued with himself, how could the occasion ever be more satisfactory? Short, in the meantime, having gone to the rear of the store and now returning, with the most engaging and even sycophantic smile on his face, began with, "Saw you last Tuesday evening about 9 o'clock going into the Finchleys' place, didn't I? Beautiful house and grounds they have there." Clyde saw that Short really was impressed by his social station here. There was a wealth of admiration mingled with a touch of servility. And at once, because of this, he took heart, since he realized that with such an attitude dominating the other, whatever he might say would be colored in part, at least by his admirers' awe and respect. And after examining the socks, and deciding that one pair at least would soften the difficulty of his demand, he added, "Oh, by the way, before I forget it, there's something I've been wanting to ask you about. Maybe you can tell me what I want to know. One of the boys at the factory, a young fellow who hasn't been married very long, about 4 months now, I guess, is in a little trouble on account of his wife." He paused, because of his uncertainty as to whether he could succeed with this now or not, seeing that Short's expression changed ever so slightly. And yet, having gone so far, he did not know how to recede. So now he laughed nervously, and then added, "I don't know why they always come to me with their troubles, but I guess they think I ought to know all about these things." He laughed again. "Only I'm about as new and green here as anybody, and so I'm kind of stumped. But you've been here longer than I have, I guess, and so I thought I might ask you." His manner as he said this was nonchalant as he could make it, the while he decided now that this was a mistake, that Short would most certainly think him a fool or queer. Yet Short, taken aback by the nature of the query, which he sensed as odd coming from Clyde to him, he had noted Clyde's sudden restraint and slight nervousness, was still so pleased to think that even in connection with so ticklish a thing as this, he should be made the recipient of his confidence, that he instantly recovered his former poise and affability, and replied, "Why, sure, if it's anything I can help you with, Mr. Griffiths, I'll be only too glad to. Go ahead, what is it?" "Well, it's this way," began Clyde, not a little revived by the other's hearty response, yet lowering his voice in order to give the dreadful subject its proper medium of obscurity, as it were. "His wife's already 2 months gone, and he can't afford a kid yet, and he doesn't know how to get rid of it. I told him last month when he first came to me to try a certain medicine that usually works, this to impress Short with his own personal wisdom and resourcefulness in such situations, and hence by implication to clear his own skirts, as it were. But I guess he didn't handle it right. Anyhow, he's all worked up about it now and wants to see some doctor who could do something for her, you see? Only I don't know anybody here myself. Haven't been here long enough. If it were Kansas City or Chicago now," he interpolated securely, "I'd know what to do. I know 3 or 4 doctors out there." To impress Short, he attempted a wise smile. "But down here it's different, and if I started asking around in my crowd and it ever got back to my relatives, they wouldn't understand. But I thought if you knew of anyone you wouldn't mind telling me. I wouldn't really bother myself, only I'm sorry for this fellow." He paused, his face, largely because of the helpful and interested expression on Short's, expressing more confidence than when he had begun. And although Short was still surprised, he was more than pleased to be as helpful as he could. "You say it's been 2 months now?" "Yes." "And the stuff you suggested didn't work, eh?" "No." "She's tried it again this month, has she?" "Yes." "Well, that is bad, sure enough. I guess she's in bad all right. The trouble with this place is that I haven't been here so very long either, Mr. Griffiths. I only bought this place about 1.5 years ago. Now, if I were over in Gloversville—" He paused for a moment, as though, like Clyde, he too were dubious of the wisdom of entering upon details of this kind, but after a few seconds continued. "You see, a thing like that's not so easy, wherever you are. Doctors are always afraid of getting in trouble. I did hear once of a case over there, though, where a girl went to a doctor, a fellow who lived a couple miles out. But she was of a pretty good family, too, and the fellow who took her to him was pretty well known about there. So I don't know whether this doctor would do anything for a stranger, although he might at that. But I know that sort of thing is going on all the time, so you might try. If you want to send this fellow to him, tell him not to mention me or let on who sent him, 'cause I'm pretty well known around there, and I wouldn't want to be mixed up in it in case anything went wrong, you see. You know how it is." And Clyde, in turn, replied gratefully, "Oh, sure, he'll understand all right. I'll tell him not to mention any names." And getting the doctor's name, he extracted a pencil and notebook from his pocket in order to be sure that the important information should not escape him. Short, sensing his relief, was inclined to wonder whether there was a working man, or whether it was not Clyde himself who was in this scrape. Why should he be speaking for a young working man at the factory? Just the same, he was glad to be of service, though at the same time he was thinking what a bit of local news this would be, assuming that any time in the future he should choose to retail it. Also, that Clyde, unless he was truly playing about with some girl here who was in trouble, was foolish to be helping anybody else in this way, particularly a working man. You bet he wouldn't. Nevertheless, he repeated the name, with the initials, and the exact neighborhood, as near as he could remember, giving the car stop and a description of the house. Clyde, having obtained what he desired, now thanked him, and went out while the haberdasher looked after him genially and a little suspiciously. "These rich young bloods," he thought. "That's a funny request for a fellow like that to make of me. You'd think with all the people he knows and runs with here, he'd know someone who would tip him off quicker than I could. Still, maybe it's just because of them that he's afraid to ask around here. You don't know who he might have got in trouble. That young Finchley girl herself, even? You can never tell. I see him around with her occasionally, and she's gay enough. But gee, wouldn't that be the—" End of Book 2, Chapter 36. Section 56 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 37. The information thus gained was a relief, but only partially so. For both Clyde and Roberta there was no real relief now until this problem should be definitely solved, and although within a few moments after he had obtained it, he appeared and explained that at last he had secured the name of someone who might help her, still there was yet the serious business of heartening her for the task of seeing the doctor alone, also for the story that was to exculpate him, and at the same time win for her sufficient sympathy to cause the doctor to make the charge for his service merely nominal. But now, instead of protesting, as at first he feared that she might, Roberta was moved to acquiesce. So many things in Clyde's attitude since Christmas had so shocked her that she was bewildered and without a plan other than to extricate herself as best she might without any scandal attaching to her or him, then going her own way, pathetic and abrasive though it might be. For since he did not appear to care for her any more and plainly desired to be rid of her, she was in no mood to compel him to do other than he wished. Let him go. She could make her own way. She had, and she could, too, without him, if only she could get out of this. Yet, as she said this all to herself, however, a sense of the full significance of it all came to her, the happy days that would never be again. She put her hands to her eyes and brushed away uncontrollable tears. To think that all that was should come to this. Yet when he called the same evening after visiting Short, his manner redolent of a fairly worthwhile achievement, she merely said, after listening to his explanation in as receptive a manner as she could, "Do you know just where this is, Clyde? Can we get there on the car without much trouble, or will we have to walk a long way?" And after he had explained that it was but a little way out of Gloversville, in the suburbs really, an interurban stop being but 1/4 of a mile from the house, she had added, "Is he home at night, or will we have to go in the daytime? It would be so much better if we could go at night. There'd be so much less danger of anyone seeing us." And being assured that he was, as Clyde had learned from Short, she went on, "But do you know, is he old or young? I'd feel so much easier and safer if he were old. I don't like young doctors. We've always had an old doctor at home, and I feel so much easier talking to someone like him." Clyde did not know. He had not thought to inquire, but to reassure her, he ventured that he was middle-aged, which chanced to be the fact. The following evening the two of them departed, but separately as usual, for Fonda, where it was necessary to change cars. And once within the approximate precincts of the physician's residence, they stepped down and made their way along a road, which in this mid-state winter weather was still covered with old and dry-packed snow. It offered a comparatively smooth floor for their quick steps. For in these days there was no longer that lingering intimacy which formerly would have characterized both. In those other and so recent days, as Roberta was constantly thinking, he would have been only too glad in such a place as this, if not on such an occasion, to drag his steps, put an arm about her waist, and talk about nothing at all. The night, the work at the factory, Mr. Liggett, his uncle, the current movies, some place they were planning to go, something they would love to do together if they could. But now, and on this particular occasion, when most of all, and if ever, she needed the full strength of his devotion and support. Yet now, as she could see, he was most nervously concerned as to whether, going alone in this way, she was going to get scared and back out, whether she was going to think to say the right thing at the right time and convince the doctor that he must do something for her, and for a nominal fee. "Well, Bert, how about you? All right? You're not going to get cold feet now, are you? Gee, I hope not, because this is going to be a good chance to get this thing done and over with. And it isn't like you were going to someone who hadn't done anything like this before, you know, because this fellow has. I got that straight. All you have to do now is to say, well, you know, that you're in trouble, see? And that you don't know how you're going to get out of it unless he'll help you in some way, because you haven't got any friends you can go to. And besides, as things are, you couldn't go to him if you wanted to. They'd tell on you, see? Then if he asks where I am or who I am, you just say that I was a fellow here, but that I've gone. Give any name you want to, but that I've gone, and you don't know where I've gone to. Run away, see? Then you'd better say, too, that you wouldn't have come to him, only that you heard of another case in which he helped someone else. That a girl told you, see? Only you don't want to let on that you're paid much, I mean, because if you do, he may want to make the bill more than I can pay, see? Unless he'll give us a few months in which to do it, or something like that, you see?" Clyde was so nervous and so full of the necessity of charging Roberta with sufficient energy and courage to go through with this and succeed, now that he had brought her this far along with it, that he scarcely realized how inadequate and trivial, even, insofar as her predicament and the doctor's mood and temperament were concerned, his various instructions and bits of inexperienced advice were. And she, on her part, was not only thinking how easy it was for him to stand back and make suggestions, while she was confronted with the necessity of going forward, and that alone, but also that he was really thinking more of himself than he was of her, some way to make her get herself out of it inexpensively and without any real trouble to him. At the same time, even here and now, in spite of all this, she was still decidedly drawn to him, his white face, his thin hands, nervous manner, and although she knew he talked to encourage her to do what he had not the courage or skill to do himself, she was not angry. Rather, she was merely saying to herself, in this crisis, that although he advised so freely, she was not going to pay attention to him. Much. What she was going to say was not that she was deserted, for that seemed too much of a disagreeable and self-incriminating remark for her to make concerning herself, but rather that she was married, and that she and her young husband were too poor to have a baby as of yet. The same story Clyde had told the druggist in Schenectady, as she recalled. For after all, what did he know about how she felt? And he was not going with her to make it easier for her. Yet, dominated by the purely feminine instinct to cling to someone for support, she now turned to Clyde, taking hold of his hands and standing quite still, wishing that he would hold and pet her and tell her that it would be all right and that she must not be afraid. And although he no longer cared for her, now in the face of this involuntary evidence of her former trust in him, he released both hands, and putting his arms about her, the more to encourage her than anything else, observed, "Come on now, Bert. Gee, you can't act like this, you know? You don't want to lose your nerve now that we're here, do you? It won't be so hard once you get there. I know it won't. All you gotta do is go up and ring the bell, and when he comes, or whoever comes, just say you want to see the doctor alone, see? Then he'll understand it's something private, and it'll be easier." He went on with more advice of the same kind, and she, realizing from his lack of spontaneous enthusiasm for her at the moment how desperate was her state, drew herself together as vigorously as she could, saying, "Well, wait here then, will you? Don't go very far away, will you? I may be right back," hurried along in the shadow through the gate and up a walk which led her to the front door. In answer to her ring, the door was opened by one of those exteriorly as well as mentally sober, small-town practitioners, who, Clyde's and Short's notion to the contrary notwithstanding, was the typical and fairly conservative physician of the countryside. Solemn, cautious, moral, semi-religious to a degree, holding some views which he considered liberal, and others which a fairly liberal person would have considered narrow and stubborn into the bargain. Yet because of the ignorance and stupidity of so many of those about him, he was able to consider himself at least fairly learned. In constant touch with all phases of ignorance and dereliction, as well as sobriety, energy, conservatism, success, and the like, He was more inclined, where fact appeared to nullify his early conclusions in regards to many things, to suspend judgment between the alleged claims of heaven and hell, and leave it there, suspended and undisturbed. Physically, he was short, stocky, bullet-headed, and yet interestingly featured, with quick gray eyes and a pleasant mouth and smile. His short iron gray hair was worn bangs fashion, a bit of rural vanity, and his arms and hands, the latter fat and pudgy yet sensitive, hung limply at his sides. He was 58, married, the father of 3 children, one of them a son already studying medicine in order to succeed to his father's practice. After showing Roberta into a littered and commonplace waiting room, and asking her to remain until he had finished his dinner, he presently appeared in the door of an equally commonplace inner room, or office, where were his desk, 2 chairs, some medical instruments, books, and apparently an antechamber containing other medical things, and motioned her to a chair. And because of his grayness, solidity, stolidity, as well as an odd habit he had of blinking his eyes, Roberta was not a little overawed, though by no means so unfavorably impressed as she had feared she might be. At least he was old and seemed intelligent and conservative, if not exactly sympathetic or warm in his manner. And after looking at her curiously a moment, as though seeking to recognize someone of the immediate vicinity, he began. "Well, now, who is this, please, and what can I do for you?" His voice was low and quite reassuring, a fact for which Roberta was deeply grateful. At the same time, startled by the fact that at last she had reached the place and the moment when, if ever, she must say the degrading truth about herself, she merely sat there, her eyes first upon him, then upon the floor, her fingers beginning to toy with the handle of the small bag she carried. "You see, well," she began, earnestly and nervously, her whole manner suddenly betraying the terrific strain under which she was laboring. I came, that is, I don't know whether I can tell you about myself or not. I thought I could just before I came in, but now that I am here and I see you—" She paused and moved back in her chair as though to rise, at the same time that she added, "Oh dear, how very dreadful it all is. I'm so nervous and—" "Well now, my dear," he resumed, pleasantly and reassuringly, impressed by her attractive and yet sober appearance, and wondering for the moment what could have upset so clean, modest, and sedate-looking a girl, and hence not a little amused by her, now that I see you. "Just what is there about me, now that you see me," he repeated after her, "that so frightens you? I am only a country doctor, you know, and I hope I'm not as dreadful as you seem to think. You can be sure that you can tell me anything you wish, anything at all about yourself." "You needn't be afraid. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll do it." He was decidedly pleasant, as she now thought, and yet so sober and reserved and probably conventional withal, that what she was holding in mind to tell him would probably shock him not a little. And then what? Would he do anything for her? And if he would, how was she to arrange about money? For that certainly would be a point in connection with all this. If only Clyde or someone were here to speak for her. And yet she must speak now that she was here. She could not leave without. Once more she moved and twisted, seizing nervously on a large button of her coat to turn between her thumb and forefinger, and then went on chokingly. "But this is, well, something different, you know, maybe not what you think. Well..." Again she paused, unable to proceed, shading from white to red and back as she spoke. And because of the troubled modesty of her approach, as well as a certain clarity of eye, whiteness of forehead, sobriety of manner and dress, the doctor could scarcely bring himself to think for a moment that this was anything other than one of those morbid exhibitions of innocence, or rather inexperience, in connection with everything relating to the human body, so characteristic of the young and unsophisticated in some circumstances. And so he was about to repeat his customary formula in such cases that all could be told to him without fear or hesitation, whatever it might be, when a secondary thought, based on Roberta's charm and vigor, as well as her own thought waves attacking his cerebral receptive centers, caused him to decide that he might be wrong. After all, why might not this be another of those troublesome youthful cases, in which possibly immorality and illegitimacy was involved? She was so young, healthy, and attractive. Besides, they were always cropping up, these cases, in connection with the most respectable-looking girls at times, and invariably they spelled trouble and distress for doctors. And for various reasons connected with his own temperament, which was retiring and recessive, as well as the nature of this local social world, He disliked and hesitated to even trifle with them. They were illegal, dangerous, involved little or no pay as a rule, and the sentiment of this local world was against them, as he knew. Besides, he personally was more or less irritated by these young scamps of boys and girls who were so free to exercise the normal functions of their natures in the first instance, but so ready to refuse the social obligations which went with them, marriage afterwards. And so, although in several cases in the past 10 years, where family and other neighborhood and religious considerations had made it seem quite advisable, he had assisted in extricating from the consequences of their folly several young girls of good family who had fallen from grace and could not otherwise be rescued. Still, he was opposed to aiding, either by his own countenance or skill, any lapses or tangles not heavily sponsored by others. It was too dangerous. Ordinarily, it was his custom to advise immediate and unconditional marriage. Or, where that was not possible, the perpetrator of the infamy having decamped, it was his general and self-consciously sanctioned practice to have nothing at all to do with the matter. It was too dangerous, and ethically and socially wrong, and criminal into the bargain. In consequence, he now looked at Roberta in an extremely sober manner. By no means, he now said to himself, must he allow himself to become emotionally or otherwise involved here. And so, in order to help himself, as well as her, to attain and maintain a balance which would permit of both extricating themselves without too much trouble, he drew toward him his black leather case, record book, and, opening it, said, "Now, let's see if we can't find out what the trouble is here. What is your name?" "Ruth Howard, Mrs. Howard," replied Roberta, nervously and tensely, at once fixing upon a name which Clyde had suggested for her use. And now, interestingly enough, at mention of the fact that she was married, he breathed easier. But why the tears, then? What reason could a young married woman have for being so intensely shy and nervous? "And your husband's first name?" he went on. As simple as the question was, and as easy as it should have been to answer, Roberta nevertheless hesitated before she could bring herself to say, "Gifford," her older brother's name. "You live around here, I presume?" "In Fonda." "Yes, and how old are you?" 22. "How long have you been married?" This inquiry being so intimately connected with the problem before her, she hesitated before saying, "Let me see, 3 months. And once Dr. Glenn became dubious again, though he gave her no sign. Her hesitancy arrested him. Why the uncertainty? He was wondering now again whether he was dealing with a truthful girl, or whether his first suspicions were being substantiated. In consequence, he asked, "Well, now what seems to be the trouble, Mrs. Howard? You need have no hesitancy in telling me, none whatsoever. I am used to such things year in and year out, whatever they are. That is my business, listening to the troubles of people." "Well," began Roberta, nervously once more, this terrible confession drying her throat and thickening her tongue almost, while once more she turned the same button of her coat and gazed at the floor. "It's like this. You see, my husband hasn't much money, and I have to work to help out with expenses, and neither of us makes so very much." She was astonishing herself with her own shameful power to lie in this instance, she who had always hated to lie. "So, of course, we can't afford to have, well, any children, you see, so soon, anyhow, and—" She paused, her breath catching, and really unable to proceed further with this wholesale lying. The doctor, realizing from this, as he thought, what the true problem was, that she was a newly married girl who was probably faced by just such a problem as she was attempting to outline, yet not wishing to enter upon any form of malpractice, and at the same time not wishing to appear too discouraging to a young couple just starting out in life, gazed at her somewhat more sympathetically, the decidedly unfortunate predicament of these young people, as well as her appropriate modesty in the face of such a conventionally delicate situation, appealing to him. It was too bad. Young people these days did have a rather hard time of it, getting started in some cases anyhow, and they were no doubt faced by some pressing financial situations. Nearly all young people were. Nevertheless, this business of a contraceptive operation or interference with the normal and God-arranged life processes, well, that was a ticklish and unnatural business at best, which she wanted as little as possible to do with. Besides, young healthy people, even though poor, when they undertook marriage, knew what they were about, and it was not impossible for them to work, the husband anyhow, and hence manage in some way. And now straightening himself around in his chair, very soberly and authoritatively, he began, I think I understand what you want to say to me, Mrs. Howard, but I'm also wondering if you have considered what a very serious and dangerous thing it is you have in mind. But, he added, suddenly, another thought as to whether his own reputation in this community was in any way being tarnished by rumor of anything he had done in the past coming to him, just how did you happen to come to me, anyhow? Something about the tone of his voice, the manner in which he asked the question, the caution of it as well as the possibly impending resentment in case it should turn out that anyone suspected him of a practice of this sort, caused Roberta to hesitate, and to feel that any statement to the effect that she had heard of or been sent by anyone else, Clyde to the contrary notwithstanding, might be dangerous. Perhaps she had better not say that she had been sent by anyone. He might resent it as an insult to his character as a reputable physician. A budding instinct for diplomacy helped her in this instance, and she replied, I have noticed your sign in passing several times, and I have heard different people say you were a good doctor. His uncertainty allayed, he now continued. In the first place, the thing you want done is something my conscience would not permit me to advise. I understand, of course, that you consider it necessary. You and your husband are both young, and you probably haven't very much money to go on, and you both feel that an interruption of this kind will be a great strain in every way, and no doubt it will be. Still, as I see it, marriage is a very sacred thing, and children are a blessing, not a curse. And when you went to the altar 3 months ago, you were probably not unaware that you might have to face just such a situation as this. All young married people are, I think. The altar, thought Roberta sadly, if only it were so. Now, I know that the tendency of the day in some quarters is very much in this direction, I am sorry to say. There are those who feel it quite all right if they can shirk the normal responsibilities in such cases as to perform these operations, but it's very dangerous, Mrs. Howard, very dangerous legally and ethically, as well as medically very wrong. Many women who seek to escape childbirth die in this way. Besides, it is a prison offense for any doctor to assist them, whether there are bad consequences or not. You know this, I suppose. At any rate, I, for one, am heartily opposed to this sort of thing from every point of view. The only excuse I have ever been able to see for it is when the life of the mother, for instance, depends upon such an operation. Not otherwise. And in such cases, the medical profession is in accord. But in this instance, I'm sure the situation isn't one which warrants anything like that. You seem to me to be a strong, healthy girl. Motherhood should hold no serious consequences for you. And as for money reasons, don't you really think now that if you just go ahead and have this baby, you and your husband would find means of getting along? You say your husband is an electrician? Yes, replied Roberta, nervously, not a little overawed and subdued by his solemn moralizing. Well now, there you are, he went on. That's not such an unprofitable profession. At least all electricians charge enough. And when you consider, as you must, how serious a thing you are thinking of doing, that you are actually planning to destroy a young life that has as good a right to its existence as you have to yours. He paused in order to let the substance of what he was saying sink in. Well then, I think you might feel called upon to stop and consider, both you and your husband. Besides, he added in a diplomatic and more fatherly and even intriguing tone of voice, I think that once you have it, it will more than make up to you both for whatever little hardship its coming will bring you. Tell me, he added curiously at this point, does your husband know of this? Or is this just some plan of yours to save him and yourself from too much hardship? He almost beamed cheerfully as, fancying he had captured Roberta in some purely nervous and feminine economy as well as dread, he decided that if so, he could easily extract her from her present mood. And she, sensing his present drift and feeling that one lie more or less could neither help nor harm her, replied quickly, He knows. Well then, he went on, slightly reduced by the fact that his surmise was incorrect, but nonetheless resolved to dissuade her and him too, I think you two should really consider very seriously before you go any further in this matter. I know when young people first face a situation like this, they always look on the darkest side of it, but it doesn't always work out that way. I know my wife and I did with our first child, but we got along. And if you will only stop now and talk it over, you'll see it in a different light, I'm sure. And then you won't have your conscience to deal with afterwards, either. He ceased, feeling reasonably sure that he had dispelled the fear, as well as the determination that had brought Roberta to him, that, being a sensible, ordinary wife, she would now desist, of course, think nothing more of her plan and leave. But instead of either acquiescing cheerfully or rising to go, as he thought she might, She gave him a wide-eyed, terrified look, and then as instantly burst into tears. For the total effect of his address had been to first revive, more clearly than ever, the normal social or conventional aspect of the situation, which all along she was attempting to shut out from her thoughts, and which, under ordinary circumstances, assuming that she was really married, was exactly the attitude she would have taken. But now the realization that her problem was not to be solved at all, by this man at least, caused her to be seized with what might be best described as morbid panic. Suddenly beginning to open and shut her fingers, and at the same time beating her knees, while her face contorted itself with pain and terror, she exclaimed, "But you don't understand, Doctor, you don't understand. I have to get out of this in some way. I have to. It isn't like I told you at all. I'm not married. I haven't any husband at all. But oh, you don't know what this means to me. My family. My father. My mother. I can't tell you. But I must get out of it. I must. I must. Oh, you don't know. You don't know. I must. I must." She began to rock backward and forward, at the same time swaying from side to side as in a trance. And Glenn, surprised and startled by this sudden demonstration as well as emotionally affected, and yet at the same time advised thereby that his original surmise had been correct, and hence that Roberta had been lying, as well as that if he wished to keep himself out of this, he must now assume a firm and even heartless attitude, asked solemnly, "You are not married, you say?" For answer now, Roberta merely shook her head negatively and continued to cry. And at last, gathering the full import of her situation, Dr. Glenn got up, his face a study of troubled and yet conservative caution and sympathy. But without saying anything at first, he merely looked at her as she wept. Later he added, Well, this is too bad. I'm sorry." But fearing to commit himself in any way, he merely paused, adding after a time, soothingly and dubiously, "You mustn't cry. That won't help you any." He then paused again, still determined not to have anything to do with this case. Yet a bit curious as to the true nature of the story, he finally asked, "Well, then, where is the young man who is the cause of your trouble? Is he here?" Still too overcome by shame and despair to speak, Roberta shook her head negatively. "But he knows that you're in trouble, doesn't he?" "Yes," replied Roberta faintly. "And he won't marry you?" "He's gone away." "Oh, I see, the young scamp. And don't you know where he's gone?" "No," lied Roberta weakly. "How long has it been since he left you?" "About a week now." Once more she lied. "And you don't know where he is?" "No." "How long has it been since you were sick?" "Over 2 weeks now," sobbed Roberta. "And before that you have always been regular?" "Yes." "Well, in the first place," his tone was more comfortable and pleasant than before. He seemed to be snatching at a plausible excuse for extricating himself from a case which promised little other than danger and difficulty. "This may not be as serious as you think. I know you're probably very much frightened, but it's not unusual for women to miss a period. At any rate, without an examination it wouldn't be possible to be sure. And even if you were, the most advisable thing would be to wait another 2 weeks. You may find then that there is nothing wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if you did. You seem to be oversensitive and nervous, and that sometimes brings about delays of this kind, mere nervousness. At any rate, if you'll take my advice, whatever you'll do, you'll not do anything now, but just go home and wait until you're really sure. For even if anything were to be done, it wouldn't be advisable for you to do something before then." "But I've already taken some pills and they haven't helped me," pleaded Roberta. "What were they?" asked Glenn interestedly, and after he learned, merely commented, "Oh, those. Well, they wouldn't be likely of any real service to you if you were pregnant. But I still suggest that you wait, and if you find you pass your second period, then it will be time enough to act, although I earnestly advise you, even then, to do nothing if you can help it, because I consider it wrong to interfere with nature in this way. It would be much better if you would arrange to have the child and take care of it. Then you wouldn't have the additional sin of destroying a life on your conscience." He was very grave and felt very righteous as he said this. But Roberta, faced by terrors which she did not appear to be able to grasp, merely exclaimed, and as dramatically as before, "But I can't do that, Doctor, I tell you, I can't. I can't. You don't understand. Oh, I don't know what I shall do unless I find some way out of this. I don't. She shook her head and clenched her fingers and rocked to and fro, while Glenn, impressed by her own terrors, The pity of the folly which, as he saw it, had led her to this dreadful pass, yet professionally alienated by a type of case that spelled nothing but difficulty for him, stood determinedly before her and added, "As I told you before, Miss—" He paused. "Howard, if that is your name, I am seriously opposed to operations of this kind, just as I am to the folly that brings girls and young men to the point where they seem to think they are necessary. A physician may not interfere in a case of this kind, unless he is willing to spend 10 years in prison, and I think that law is fair enough. Not that I don't realize how painful your present situation appears to you, but there are always those who are willing to help a girl in your state, providing she doesn't wish to do something which is morally and legally wrong. And so the very best advice I can give you now is that you do nothing at all now, or at any time. Better go home and see your parents and confess. It will be much better, I assure you. Not nearly as hard as you think or as wicked as this other way. Don't forget there is a life there, a human, if it is really as you think, a human life which you are seeking to end, and that I cannot help you to do. I really cannot. There may be doctors, I know there are, men here and there who take their professional ethics a little less seriously than I do, but I cannot let myself become one of them. I am sorry. Very. So now the best I can say is, go home to your parents and tell them. It may look hard now, but you are going to feel better about it in the long run. If it will make you or them feel any better about it, let them come and talk to me. I will try and make them see that this is not the worst thing in the world either. But as for doing what you want, I am very, very sorry, but I cannot. My conscience will not permit me." He paused and gazed at her sympathetically, yet with a determined and concluded look in his eye. And Roberta, dumbfounded by this sudden termination of all her hopes in connection with him, and realizing at last that not only had she been misled by Clyde's information in regard to this doctor, but that her technical as well as emotional plea had failed, now walked unsteadily to the door, the terrors of the future crowding thick upon her. And once outside in the dark, after the doctor had most courteously and ruefully closed the door behind her, she paused to lean against a tree that was there, her nervous and physical strength all but failing her. He had refused to help her. And now what? Book 2, Chapter 37. Section 57 of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 2, Chapter 38. The first effect of the doctor's decision was to shock and terrify them both, Roberta and Clyde, beyond measure. For apparently now here was illegitimacy and disgrace for Roberta, exposure and destruction for Clyde. And this had been their one solution, seemingly. Then, by degrees, for Clyde at least, there was a slight lifting of the heavy pall. Perhaps, after all, as the doctor had suggested, and once she had recovered her senses sufficiently to talk, she had told him, the end had not been reached. There was the bare possibility, as suggested by the druggist, Short, and the doctor, that she might be mistaken. And this, while not producing a happy reaction in her, had the unsatisfactory result of inducing in Clyde a lethargy based more on anything else, on the ever-haunting fear of the inability to cope with this situation, as well as the certainty of social exposure in case he did not, which caused him, instead of struggling all the more desperately, to defer further immediate action. For such was his nature that, although he realized clearly the probable tragic consequences if he did not act, still it was so hard to think to whom else to apply to without danger to himself. To think that the doctor had turned her down, as he phrased it, and that Short's advice should have been worth as little as that. But apart from nervous thoughts as to whom to turn to next, no particular individual occurred to him before the 2 weeks were gone, or after. It was so hard to just ask anywhere. One just couldn't do it. Besides, of whom could they ask now? Of whom? These things took time, didn't they? Yet in the meantime, the days going by, both he and Roberta had ample time to consider what, if any, steps they must take, the one in regard to the other, in case no medical or surgical solution was found. For Roberta, while urging and urging, if not so much by words as by expression and mood at her work, was determined that she must not be left to fight this out alone. She could not be. On the other hand, as she could see, Clyde did nothing. For apart from what he had already attempted to do, he was absolutely at a loss how to proceed. He had no intimates, and in consequence, he could only think of presenting the problem as an imaginary one to one individual and another, here or there, in the hope of extracting some helpful information. At the same time, and as impractical and evasive as it may seem, there was the call of that diverting world of which Sandra was a part, evenings and Sundays, when, in spite of Roberta's wretched state and mood, he was called to go here and there, and did, because in doing he was actually relieving his own mind of the dread spectre of disaster that was almost constantly before it. If only he could get her out of this. If only he could. But how, without money, intimates, a more familiar understanding of the medical, or if not that exactly, then the sub-rosa world of sexual Freemasonry, which some at times, the bellhops of the Green Davidson, for instance, seemed to understand. He had written to Raderer, of course, but there had been no answer, since Raderer had moved to Florida, and as yet Clyde's letter had not reached him. And locally, all those he knew best were either connected with the factory or society. Individuals on the one hand, too inexperienced or dangerous, or on the other hand, too remote and dangerous, since he was not sufficiently intimate with any of them as yet to command their true confidence and secrecy. At the same time, he must do something. He could not just rest and drift. Assuredly, Roberta could not long permit him to do that, faced as she was by exposure. And so from time to time he actually racked himself, seized upon straws and what would have been looked upon by most as forlorn chances. Thus, for instance, an associate foreman, chancing to reminisce one day concerning a certain girl in his department who had gotten in trouble and had been compelled to leave, he had been given the opportunity to inquire what he thought such a girl did, in case she could not afford or did not want to have a child. But this particular foreman, being as uninformed as himself, merely observed that she probably had to see a doctor if she knew one, or go through with it, which left Clyde exactly where he was. On another occasion, in connection with a conversation in a barber shop relating to a local case reported in the Star, where a girl was suing a local ne'er-do-well for breach of promise, the remark was made that she would never have sued that guy, you bet, unless she had to. Whereupon Clyde seized the opportunity to remark hopefully, "But wouldn't you think that she could find some way of getting out of trouble without marrying a fellow she didn't like?" "Well, that's not so easy as you may think, particularly around here," elucidated the wiseacre who was trimming his hair. "In the first place, it's again the law, and next it takes a lot of money. And in case you ain't got it, well, money makes the mare go, you know." He snipped with his scissors, while Clyde, confronted by his own problem, meditated on how true it was. If he had a lot of money, even a few $100s, he might take it now and possibly persuade her, who could tell, to go somewhere by herself and have an operation performed. Yet each day, as on the one before, he was saying to himself that he must find someone, and Roberta was saying to herself that she too must act, must not really depend on Clyde any longer if he were going to act so. One could not trifle or compromise with a terror of this kind. It was a cruel imposition on her. It must be that Clyde did not realize how terribly this affected her and even him. For certainly, if he were not going to help her out of it, as he had distinctly said he would do at first, then decidedly she could not be expected to weather the subsequent storm alone. Never, never, never. For, after all, as Roberta saw it, Clyde was a man. He had a good position. It was not he, but she, who was in this treacherous position and unable to extricate herself alone. And beginning with the second day after the second period, when she discovered for once and all that her worst suspicions were true, she not only emphasized the fact in every way that she could, that she was distressed beyond all words, but on the third day announced to him in a note that she was again going to see the doctor near Gloversville that evening, regardless of his previous refusal, so great was her need, and also asking Clyde whether he would accompany her, a request which, since he had not succeeded in doing anything, and although he had an engagement with Sandra, he instantly acceded to, feeling it to be of greater importance than anything else. He must excuse himself to Sandra on the ground of work. And accordingly this second trip was made, a long and nervous conversation between himself and Roberta on a way, resulting in nothing more than some explanations as to why thus far he had not been able to achieve anything, plus certain encomiums addressed to her concerning her courage in acting for herself in this way. Yet the doctor again would not and did not act. After waiting nearly an hour for his return from somewhere, she was merely permitted to tell him of her unchanged state and her destroying fears in regard to herself, but with no hint from him that he could be induced to act as indeed he could act. It was against his prejudices and ethics. And so once more Roberta returned, this time not crying, actually too sad to cry, choked with the weight of her impending danger and the anticipatory fears and miseries that attended to it. And Clyde, hearing of this defeat, was at last reduced to a nervous, gloomy silence, absolutely devoid of a helpful suggestion. He could not think what to say, and was chiefly fearful lest Roberta now make some demand with which socially or economically he could not comply. However, in regard to this she said little on the way home. Instead she sat and stared out of the window, thinking of her defenseless predicament that was becoming more real and terrible to her hourly. By way of excuse she pleaded that she had a headache. She wanted to be alone, only to think more, to try to work out a solution. She must work out some way, that she knew. But what? How? What could she do? How could she possibly escape? She felt like a cornered animal fighting for its life with all odds against it, and she thought of 1,000 remote and entirely impossible avenues of escape, only to return to the one and only safe and sound solution that she really felt should be possible, and that was marriage. And why not? Hadn't she given him all, and that against her better judgment? Hadn't he over-persuaded her? Who was he anyway to so cast her aside? For decidedly at times, and especially since this latest crisis had developed, his manner, because of Sandra and the Griffiths and what he felt to be the fatal effect of all this on his dreams here, was sufficient to make plain that love was decidedly dead, and that he was not thinking nearly so much of the meaning of her state to her, as he was of its import to him, the injury that was most certain to accrue to him. And when this did not completely terrify her, as mostly it did, it served to irritate and slowly develop the conclusion that in such a desperate state as this, she was justified in asking more than ordinarily she would have dreamed of asking, marriage itself, since there was no other door. And why not? Wasn't her life as good as his? And hadn't he joined his to hers voluntarily? Then why shouldn't he strive to help her now? Or failing that, make his final sacrifice, which was the only one by which she could be rescued, apparently. For who were all the society people with whom he was concerned, anyhow? And why should he ask her in such a crisis to sacrifice herself, her future and good name, just because of his interest in them? They had never done anything very much for him, certainly not as much as had she. And just because he was wearying now, after persuading her to do his bidding, was that any reason why now, in this crisis, he should be permitted to desert her? After all, wouldn't all of these society people in whom he was so much interested feel that whatever his relationship to them, she would be justified in taking the course which she might be compelled to take? She brooded on this much, more especially on the return from this second attempt to induce Dr. Glenn to help her. In fact, at moments, her face took on a defiant, determined look which was seemingly new to her, but which only developed suddenly under such pressure. Her jaw became a trifle set. She had made a decision. He would have to marry her. She must make him if there were no other way out of this. She must. She must. Think of her home, her mother, Grace Marr, the Newtons, all who knew her, in fact. The terror and pain and shame with which this would sear all those in any way identified with her. Her father, brothers, sisters. Impossible. Impossible. It must not and could not be. Impossible. It might seem a little severe to her, even now, to have to insist on this, considering all the emphasis Clyde had hitherto laid upon his prospects here. But how? How else was she to do? Accordingly, the next day, and not a little to his surprise, since for so many hours the night before they had been together, Clyde received another note telling him that he must come again that night. She had something to say to him, and there was something in the tone of the note that seemed to indicate or suggest a kind of defiance of a refusal of any kind, hitherto absent in any of her communications to him. And at once the thought that this situation, unless cleared away, was certain to prove disastrous, so weighed upon him that he could not but put the best face possible on it, and consent to go and hear what it was that she had to offer in the way of a solution, or, on the other hand, of what she had to complain. Going to her room at a late hour, he found her in what seemed to him a more composed frame of mind than at any time since this difficulty had appeared, a state which surprised him a little, since he had expected to find her in tears. But now, if anything, she appeared more complacent, her nervous thoughts as to how to bring about a satisfactory conclusion for herself having called into play a native shrewdness, which was now seeking to exercise itself. And so directly before announcing what was in her mind, she began by asking, "You haven't found out about another doctor, have you, Clyde, or thought of something?" "No, I haven't, Bert," he replied, most dismally and wearisomely, his own mental tether length having been strained to the breaking point. "I've been trying to, as you know, but it's so darn hard to find anyone who isn't afraid to monkey with a case like this. Honest, to tell the truth, Bert, I'm about stumped. I don't know what we're going to do, unless you can think of something. You haven't thought or heard of anyone else you could go to, have you?" For during the conversation that had immediately followed her first visit to the doctor, He had hinted to her that by striking up a fairly intimate relationship with one of the foreign family girls, she might by degrees extract some information there which would be of use to both. But Roberta was not of a temperament that permitted of any such facile friendships, and nothing had come of it. However, his stating that he was stumped now gave her the opportunity she was really desiring, to present the proposition which she felt to be unavoidable and not longer to be delayed. Yet being fearful of how Clyde would react, she hesitated as to the form in which she would present it, and, after shaking her head and manifesting a nervousness which was real enough, she finally said, "Well, I'll tell you, Clyde. I've been thinking about it, and I don't see any way out of it unless you, marry me. It's 2 months now, you know, and unless we get married right away, everybody'll know, won't they?" Her manner as she said this was a mixture of outward courage born out of her conviction that she was in the right, and an inward uncertainty about Clyde's attitude, which was all the more fused by a sudden look of surprise, resentment, uncertainty, and fear, that now, transformation-wise, played over his countenance, a variation in play which, if it indicated anything definite, indicated that she was seeking to inflict an unwarranted injury on him. For since he had been drawing closer and closer to Sandra, his hopes had heightened so intensely that, hearkening to this demand on the part of Roberta now, his brow wrinkled, and his manner changed from one of comparatively affable, if nervous, consideration, to that of mingled fear, opposition, as well as determination to evade drastic consequence. For this would spell complete ruin for him, the loss of Sandra, his job, his social hopes and ambitions in connection with the Griffiths, all, a thought which sickened and at the same time caused him to hesitate about how to proceed. But he would not! He would not do this. Never, never, never. Yet after a moment he exclaimed equivocally, "Well, gee, that's all right too, Bert, for you, because that fixes everything without any trouble at all. But what about me? You don't want to forget that that isn't going to be easy for me, the way things are now. You know I haven't any money, all I have is my job. And besides, the family don't know anything about you yet, not a thing. And if it should suddenly come out now that we've been going together all this time, and that this has happened, and that I was going to have to get married right away, well, gee, they'll know I've been fooling them and they're sure to get sore. And then what? They might even fire me." He paused to see what effect this explanation would have, but noting the somewhat dubious expression which of late characterized Roberta's face whenever he began excusing himself, he added hopefully and evasively, seeking by any trick that he could to delay this sudden issue, "Besides, I'm not so sure that I can't find a doctor yet, either. I haven't had much luck so far, but that's not saying that I won't. And there's a little time yet, isn't there? Sure there is. It's all right up to 3 months anyway." He had since had a letter from Ratterer who had commented on this fact. "And I did hear something the other day of a doctor over in Albany who might do it. Anyway, I thought I'd go over and see before I said anything about him." His manner, when he said this, was so equivocal that Roberta could tell he was merely lying to gain time. There was no doctor in Albany. Besides, it was so plain that he resented her suggestion and was only thinking of some way of escaping it, and she knew well enough that at no time had he said directly that he would marry her. And while she might urge, in the last analysis she could not force him to do anything. He might just go away alone, as he had once said in connection with inadvertently losing his job because of her. And how much greater might not his impulse in that direction now be, if this world here, in which he was so much interested, were taken away from him, and if he were to face the necessity of taking her, and a child, too. It made her more cautious, and caused her to modify her first impulse to speak out definitely and forcefully, however great her necessity might be. And so disturbed was he by the panorama of the bright world of which Sandra was the center, and which was now at stake, that he could scarcely think clearly. Should he lose all this for a world as he and Roberta could provide for themselves? A small home, a baby, such a routine workaday life as taking care of her and a baby on such a salary as he could earn, and from which most likely he would never again be freed. God! A sense of nausea seized him. He could not and would not do this. And yet, as he now saw, all his dreams could be so easily tumbled about his ears by her, and because of one false step on his part. It made him cautious, and for the first time in his life caused tact and cunning to visualize itself as a profound necessity. And at the same time, Clyde was sensing inwardly and somewhat shamefacedly all of this profound change in himself. But Roberta was saying, "Oh, I know, Clyde, but you yourself just said now that you were stumped, didn't you? And every day that goes by just makes it so much the worse for me if we're not going to be able to get a doctor. You can't get married and have a child born within a few months. You know that. Everyone in the world would know. Besides, I have myself to consider as well as you know. And the baby, too." At the mere mention of a coming child, Clyde winced and recoiled as though he had been slapped. She noted it. "I just must do one of two things right away, Clyde. Get married or get out of this. And you don't seem to be able to get me out of it, do you? If you're so afraid of what your uncle might think or do in case we get married," she added nervously and yet suavely, "why couldn't we get married right away and then keep it a secret for a while? As long as we could, or as long as you thought we ought to," she added shrewdly. "Meanwhile, I could go home and tell my parents about it, that I am married, but that it must be kept secret for a while. Then when the time came, when things got so bad that we couldn't stay here any longer without telling, why, we could either go away somewhere if we wanted to. That is, if you didn't want your uncle to know, or we could just announce that we were married some time ago. Lots of young couples do that nowadays. And as for getting along," she went on, noting a sudden dour shadow that passed over Clyde's face like a cloud, "why, we could always find something to do. I know I could, anyhow, once the baby is born." When first she began to speak, Clyde had seated himself on the edge of the bed, listening nervously and dubiously to all she had to offer. However, when she came to that part which related to marriage and going away, he got up, an irresistible impulse to move overcoming him. And when she concluded with the commonplace suggestion of going to work as soon as the baby was born, he looked at her with little less than panic in his eyes. To think of marrying and being in a position where it would be necessary to do that, when with a little luck, and without interference from her, he might marry Sandra. "Oh, yes, that's all right for you, Bert. That fixes everything up for you, but how about me? Why, gee whiz, I've only got started here now as it is, and if I have to pack up and get out, and I would have to, if ever they found out about this, why, I don't know what I'd do. I haven't any business or trade that I could turn my hand to. It might go hard with both of us. Besides, my uncle gave me this chance because I begged him to, and if I walked off now, he never would do anything for me." In his excitement, he was forgetting that at one time and another in the past, he had indicated to Roberta that the state of his own parents was not wholly unprosperous, and that if things did not go just to his liking here, he could return west, and perhaps find something to do out there. And it was some general recollection of this that now caused her to ask, "Couldn't we go out to Denver or something like that? Wouldn't your father be willing to help you get something for a time, anyhow?" Her tone was very soft and pleading, an attempt to make Clyde feel that things could not be as bad as he was imagining, but the mere mention of his father in connection with all this, the assumption that he, of all people, might prove an escape from drudgery for them both, was a little too much. It showed how dreadfully incomplete was her understanding of his true position in the world. Worse, she was looking for help from that quarter, and, not finding it, later might possibly reproach him for that, who could tell, for his lies in connection with it. It made so very clear now the necessity for frustrating, if possible, and that at once, any tendency toward this idea of marriage. It could not be. Ever. And yet how was he to oppose this idea with safety, since she felt that she had this claim on him? How say to her openly and coldly that he did not and would not marry her? And unless he did so now, she might think it would be fair and legitimate enough for her to compel him to do so. She might even feel privileged to go to his uncle, his cousin, he could see Gilbert's cold eyes, and expose him, and then destruction, ruin, the end of all his dreams in connection with Sandra and everything else here. But all he could think of saying now was, "But I can't do this, Bert, not now, anyway," a remark which at once caused Roberta to assume that the idea of marriage, as she had interjected it here, was not one which, under the circumstances, he had the courage to oppose, his saying, "Not now, anyway." Yet even as she was thinking this, he went swiftly on with, "Besides, I don't want to get married so soon. It means too much to me at this time. In the first place, I'm not old enough, and I haven't got anything to get married on. And I can't leave here. I couldn't do half as well anywhere else. You don't realize what this chance means to me. My father's all right, but he couldn't do what my uncle could, and he wouldn't. You don't know, or you wouldn't ask me to do this." He paused, his face a picture of puzzled fear and opposition. He was not unlike a harried animal, deftly pursued by hunter and hound. But Roberta, imagining that this total defection had been caused by the social side of Lycurgus, as opposed to her own low state, and not because of the superior lure of any particular girl, now retorted resentfully, although she desired not to appear so. Oh, yes, I know well enough why you can't leave. It isn't your position here, though, half as much as it is those society people you're always running around with. I know. You don't care for me anymore, Clyde. That's it. And you don't want to give up these other people for me. I know that's it and nothing else. But just the same, it wasn't so very long ago that you did, although you don't seem to remember it now. Her cheeks burned and her eyes flamed as she said this. She paused a moment while he gazed at her, wondering about the outcome of all this. But you can't leave me to make out any way I can, just the same, because I won't be left this way, Clyde. I can't. I can't, I tell you. She grew tense and staccato. It means too much to me. I don't know how to do alone, and I, besides, have no one to turn to, but you, and you must help me. I've got to get out of this, that's all, Clyde. I've got to. I'm not going to be left to face my people and everybody without any help or marriage or anything. As she said this, her eyes turned appealingly and yet savagely toward him, and she emphasized it all with her hands, which she clenched and unclenched in a dramatic way. And if you can't help me out in the way you thought, she went on, most agonizedly, as Clyde could see, then you've got to help me out in this other, that's all, at least until I can do for myself. I just won't be left. I don't ask you to marry me forever, she now added, the thought that if by presenting this demand in some modified form, she could induce Clyde to marry her, it might be possible afterwards that his feeling toward her would change to a much more kindly one. You can leave me after a while if you want to, after I'm out of this. I can't prevent you from doing that, and I wouldn't want to if I could. But you can't leave me now. You can't. You can't. Besides, she added, I didn't want to get myself in this position, and I wouldn't have but for you. But you made me, and made me let you come in here. And now you want to leave me to shift for myself, just because you think you won't be able to go in society anymore if they find out about me. She paused, the strain of this contest proving almost too much for her tired nerves. At the same time she began to sob nervously, and yet not violently, a marked effort at self-restraint and recovery marking her every gesture. And after a moment or two in which both stood there, he gazing dumbly and wondering what else he was to say in answer to all this, she struggling and finally managing to recover her poise, she added, Oh, what is it about me that's so different to what I was a couple of months ago, Clyde? Will you tell me that? I'd like to know. What is it that has caused you to change so? Up to Christmas almost, you were as nice to me as any human being could be. You were with me nearly all the time you had, and since then I've scarcely had an evening that I didn't beg for. Who is it? What is it? Some other girl, or what? I'd like to know. That Sandra Finchley or Bertine Cranston, or who? Her eyes as she said this were a study, for even to this hour, as Clyde could now see to his satisfaction, since he feared the effect on Roberta of definite and absolute knowledge concerning Sandra, she had no specific suspicion, let alone positive knowledge concerning any girl. And coward-wise, in the face of her present predicament and her assumed and threatened claims on him, he was afraid to say what or who the real cause of his change was. Instead, he merely replied, and almost unmoved by her sorrow, since he no longer really cared for her, Oh, you're all wrong, Bert. You don't see what the trouble is. It's my future here. If I leave here, I certainly will never find such an opportunity. And if I have to marry in this way or leave here, it will all go flooey. I want to wait and get some place first before I marry, see? Save some money, and if I do this, I won't have a chance, and you won't either, he added feebly, forgetting for the moment that up to this time he had been indicating rather clearly that he did not want to have anything more to do with her in any way. Besides, he continued, if you could only find someone, or if you would go away by yourself somewhere for a while, Bert, and go through with this alone, I could send you the money to do it on, you know. I could have it between now and the time you had to go. His face, as he said this, and as Roberta clearly saw, mirrored the complete and resourceless collapse of all his recent plans in regard to her, and she, realizing that his indifference to her had reached the point where he could thus dispose of her and their prospective baby in this casual and really heartless manner, was not only angered in part, but at the same time frightened by the meaning of it all. Oh, Clyde! She now exclaimed boldly, and with more courage and defiance than at any time since she had known him. How you have changed, and how hard you can be. To want me to go off all by myself and just to save you, So you can stay here and get along and marry someone when I am out of the way, and you don't have to bother about me anymore. Well, I won't do it. It's not fair. And I won't. That's all. I won't. And that's all there is to it. You can get someone to get me out of this, or you can marry me and come away with me, at least long enough for me to have the baby and place myself right before my people and everyone else that knows me. I don't care if you leave me afterwards, because I see now that you really don't care for me anymore. And if that's the way you feel, I don't want you any more than you want me. But just the same, you must help me now. You must. But oh dear, she began whimpering again, and yet only slightly and bitterly. To think that all our love for each other should have come to this, that I am asked to go away by myself, all alone, with no one, while you stay here, oh dear, and with a baby on my hands afterwards, and no husband. She clenched her hands and shook her head bleakly. Clyde, realizing well enough that his proposition certainly was cold and indifferent, but in the face of his intense desire for Sandra, the best or at least safest that he could devise, now stood there, unable for the moment to think of anything more to say. And although there was some other discussion to the same effect, the conclusion of this very difficult hour was that Clyde had another week or two at best in which to see if he could find a physician or anyone who would assist him. After that, the implied, if not openly expressed, threat which lay at the bottom of this was, unless so extricated and speedily, that he would have to marry her, if not permanently, then at least temporarily, but legally just the same, until once again she was able to look after herself, a threat which was as crushing and humiliating to Roberta as it was torturing to him. End of section 57. End of An American Tragedy, Volume 1, by Theodore Dreiser.